Sounds wild. Hi, I'm Riley Woodford with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. On a foggy June day in the Aleutian Islands, a biologist on Halifax Island documents the call of the song sparrow. Song sparrows were absent here prior to 2008, as were many other songbirds and seabirds. Birds like these nested on the island for millennia before disappearing, and biologists are documenting their return. What happened? In 1780, a Japanese sailing ship went aground on Halifax Island, introducing invasive rats. Those rats bred and overran the island, devastating populations of native birds. Rats devour eggs, and they kill and eat mother birds as they tend their nests. Puffins and storm petrels were wiped out, and other birds were severely impacted. So profound was the invasion that the island was renamed Rat Island. Jump to the 21st century. After years of planning by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the Nature Conservancy, and Island Conservation, rats were eradicated from Rat Island in 2008. The recovery of native birds and plants has been remarkable, particularly for gray-crowned rosy finches, Lapland longspurs, and snow buntings, and shorebirds like black oyster catchers and rock sandpipers. In 2012, the name of the island was officially changed back to Halifax Island, the original Aleut name meaning entry and welcome. For Sounds Wild, I'm Riley Woodford. Sounds wild. Hi, I'm Riley Woodford with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. Hiking through the forest on a late summer afternoon, I spot a mushroom in a tree. It's a bolete, a popular edible mushroom with spongy pores under the cap instead of gills. It didn't grow in that tree, it was put there. A nibbled edge indicates a red squirrel likely carried that mushroom up into the tree. Red squirrels eat mushrooms, and they also dry them and store them for winter. Caribou eat mushrooms, and northern flying squirrels are well known to favor mushrooms and their fungal cousins, truffles, sniffing out and digging up those underground morsels. Red squirrels eat amanita mushrooms, those beautiful red-capped and white-spotted toadstools that are toxic to people. But usually the same mushrooms prized by Alaskan mushroom hunters are the ones eaten by wildlife: shaggy manes, chanterelles, puffballs, and chicken of the woods. Marks left on the half-eaten mushrooms provide clues to the diners. Small nibble marks left by mice and voles, little V-shaped peck marks left by small birds, and large peck marks and broken-up mushroom caps, evidence that a flock of ravens tucked into an entire patch of mushrooms. For Sounds Wild, I'm Riley Woodford. Especially targeted by mosquitoes. And it's possible. Mosquitoes are attracted by a combination of factors: carbon dioxide in our exhaled breath, warmth, moisture, and even darker colors. Someone who is sweating hard and breathing harder is a prime target. Alaska is home to more than 30 species of mosquitoes, including the relatively large snow mosquito, which emerges early and can be active when there's still snow on the ground. In all cases, it's only the female that bites, requiring a bit of blood nourishment to lay eggs. That tiny amount of blood adds up when millions of mosquitoes are swarming. In the summer tundra of northern Alaska, a caribou can lose up to a pint of blood a day to hordes of mosquitoes. Mosquitoes can be bad in Alaska, but fortunately they're not dangerous, as they can be in warmer parts of the world where they transmit diseases like malaria, caused by a tiny parasite that lives in the mosquito. A mosquito only lives about a month. Alaska's relatively short summers don't provide enough time for the life cycle of the Plasmodium parasites and the mosquitoes to reach fruition and transmit the disease. For Sounds Wild, I'm Riley Woodford. Sounds wild. Hi, I'm Riley Woodford for the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. Beneath the waters of the Arctic Ocean in the spring, it's mating season for ugruk, also known as bearded seals. But as the male seal's spiraling song travels through the sea, another song can be heard as well, the song of Egvik, the bowhead whale. Bowhead whales are highly vocal and use low-frequency sounds to communicate while traveling, feeding, and socializing. During the breeding season, bowheads make long, complex, and variable songs for their mating calls. Bowheads are one of the few whales that reside almost entirely in Arctic and subarctic waters, wintering near the southern edge of the pack ice and moving north as the sea ice breaks up and recedes during spring. Bowheads are baleen whales, and they filter their food, marine invertebrates and small crustaceans, by straining huge volumes of ocean water through their baleen plates, which are like the teeth of a comb. Bowhead whales have the longest baleen plates of all whales, and they have the largest mouth of any animal on Earth. Bowheads are among the Earth's longest lived animals. They have been documented living 130 to 170 years. One bowhead whale was aged at 211 years old. For Sounds Wild, I'm Riley Woodford. Sounds Wild. Hi, I'm Riley Woodford for the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. At low tide in a narrow strait in coastal Alaska, a kelp forest is revealed. The top of it, anyway, acres of shiny brown fronds of bulk.
One, two, three, four. One, two, three, four. One, two, three, four.
Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the first day of the Central Southwest Region meeting. My name is Jerry Burnett. I'm the chairman of the Alaska Board of Game. We're going to call the meeting to order today. It's Friday, January 21st, 2022. The time is 8:41 a.m. We have all 7 members are here. Orville Huntington will be tuned in from his room remotely. Before we get started with reports, I always like to have the board members introduce themselves and tell us where they're from. Go ahead and start with Al Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everybody. I'm Al Barrett from Fairbanks.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jacob Fletcher from Talkeetna.
Morning. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Stash Hoffman from Bethel, and Happy New Year's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. James Cooney from Eagle River.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everybody. Lynn Keogh from Wasilla.
And Orville Huntington will introduce himself as soon as we're sure he's connected properly to the internet. I think he can hear us now, but he isn't entirely on. I'm Jerry Burnett, and I reside in Juneau. Thank you, board members. And now we'll have introduction of staff with the agencies and departments. If we could start with Commissioner Lang.
Yeah, I'm Commissioner Doug Vincent Lang, Alaska Department of Fish and Game, and we have with us Lisa Olson from our subsistence section and Ryan Scott from our Wildlife Division. I'll let them introduce their staff.
Ryan.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, members of the public joining us here, as well as those folks listening in. Thank you for being here. My name is Ryan Scott. I'm the Assistant Director with the Division of Wildlife Conservation out of Juneau. And with me today, Natalie Weber, our Regulations Program Coordinator from Palmer, Gino Del Frade, the Region 4 Regional Supervisor in Palmer, and today we're also joined by Todd Rinaldi, the Management Coordinator for Region 4 out of Palmer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, is George Pappas on?
Annie, do you know if we have a George? There he is. Yeah.
Oh,
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
he is here. Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I'm here all day, and George Pappas, Office of Subsistence Management, State Subsistence Liaison to the Department of Fish and Game and the regulatory boards. Looking forward to a good meeting. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure we'll have any fellow other staff. I have not been aware that other staff will be attending, but I may have to dig into the bench this meeting if things get complex. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, George. And then Christy.
Good morning. Am I on? And I'll go
Lisa.
ahead. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lisa Olson with State Subsistence. I'm the Division Operations Manager. With me today in the room is Robin Dublin. She's our South Central Region Management Coordinator. And participating online is Caroline Brown, our Statewide Research Director. and Bronwyn Jones. She's our South Central Region Subsistence Research Specialist. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Now, Christie.
Okay, sorry about that. Good morning, everyone. I'm Christy Tibbles, the board's executive director, based out of Juneau. Board support staff here with us today are Annie Bartholomew from Juneau, Farie Sylvester from Anchorage, and we have Taryn O'Connor Brito, who's not in the room right now, and she's based out of Dillingham. Behind the scenes, we have a crew, and I'd like to thank them. Kyle Campbell from Fairbanks, Savannah Hollingworth from Bethel, and I think we have Georgie Phillips online too from Kotzebue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I believe in our audience, we have a couple of former board members. I know Karen Linnell is here, and I believe Ken Johns is here, or will be here. I haven't seen him yet, but. Okay, so with regard to COVID-19 precautions, we are very pleased to be able to conduct this in-person meeting. Board support has worked with an oversight group to help advise on mitigation measures and to coordinate an outbreak response. Copies of the mitigation plan are available around the room. If you've not had a chance to review it, please take the time to do so. There are also several handouts in the room with information about COVID symptoms and when to quarantine and isolate. Registration is required for this meeting, which includes an acknowledgement of the risks in attending. I won't belabor the risks associated with attending an in-person meeting, but appreciate everyone's assistance in following the mitigation measures to hopefully conduct a safe and successful meeting. Please understand that the mitigation measures are in place so we can fully conduct the business before us this week. The most prevailing measure required of this facility is that mask wearing is required because social distancing cannot be maintained. If you need a mask or another supply, please check with board support and they may be able to assist. We also ask everyone to try to maintain 4 to 6 feet apart from each other during the breaks. Be mindful not to congregate, especially in areas such as the hallway or around the meeting materials. People are also asked to use the exit directly to the outside when leaving the meeting room to try to reduce crowding near the stairwell. Lastly, if you are feeling ill, please don't come back or continue to attend and inform board support as well. If an individual begins to develop cold and flu-like symptoms and appropriate response are not forthcoming, it may effectively end the meeting or delay this meeting. Refusal to follow mitigation measures may also effectively bring to a halt the proceedings until such time as there is compliance. It is not our desire to go through any of this. However, if there is an outbreak of COVID-19 at this meeting, all of the work done to prepare will effectively be wasted and not in the interest of the public. Okay. Yeah. Commissioner Lang, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I want to just say a couple things. As you'll see at this meeting, there's fewer department staff present at the meeting, and that's kind of a balancing of my responsibility to my staff to kind of maintain their health, and also a realization that at the end of the day that if people come down with COVID, I'm responsible for quarantining them and dealing with them and keeping them away from their family and the costs associated with quarantining. So we tried to find the right balance with having the right policy people here. That said, we do have staff available to the board and to the public through telephonic means so that we can get the information necessary to inform your decisions as you move forward. And I really ask that, you know, we were able to successfully hold a board meeting in Cordova, Board of Fisheries meeting. That was before Omicron. We ended up postponing the Ketchikan meeting. And this is our first trial at it. I know some of the mitigation measures are viewed as stringent and other things, but we're really trying to have a public meeting of the board so that we can get through this regulatory cycle. And I just ask for people's tolerance, especially the members of the public and board members, of when you go out to dinner and other things, just be careful because we really hope to get through this. And if I could say one other thing as an introduction, Stash, I notice there's a new board chair here. So there was elections yesterday, and the board chair switched from Stosh to Jerry. Stosh, I want to thank you for your service to the board, to Alaska, to the public, and to the resources. You know, you took on this chairmanship during a really difficult time with COVID. You know, you were always available to help us get the necessary board actions done through telephonic communications. I really appreciate your stepping up and dealing with the chairmanship and being available to us. Thank you for your service. And Jerry, congratulations and good luck in your upcoming chairmanship. We welcome and ready to stand to help you get through it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I did want to inform the folks in the room that we are aware of a positive COVID case, and we've been in touch with public health. They are doing the contact tracing, and those people have been notified, and the people who need to isolate are in isolation. So it's real, it's out there, so please be careful, please wear your masks, and please try not to congregate. And 6 feet distance is preferred. It's probably not attainable in this meeting room, but to the best you can all social distance, that would keep us a little bit safer. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. So now we can go to the business of the meeting. The purpose of this meeting is for the Board of Game to consider proposed regulatory changes to hunting and trapping regulations in central and southwest region of the state. We'll be discussing game management units 9, 10, 11, 13, 14A, 14B, 16, and 17. The proposals we will be considering are posted on the Board of Game meeting website. In accordance with the Administrative Procedures Act, the board staff published a legal notice of this meeting in a statewide newspaper distributed to local fish and game advisory committees and many other interested organizations and individuals. Public comments were solicited, and board members received copies of all written public comments. Copies of the public and advisory committee comments are available to the public on the tables at the back of the room. Copies of the tentative agenda and roadmap for this meeting can be found on the table at the back of the room. The agenda is also posted on the wall. The agenda and roadmap are subject to change throughout the meeting, but we will attempt to follow this order. The board meeting workbooks and all other meeting material can be found on the table. These copies are provided for public viewing, and we ask you not remove them so they can be available to others. Board materials, including those being submitted during the meeting, are also available on the Board of Game meeting information website. As a member of this board, we are required statutorily to disclose our income and other possible interests and conflicts. So at this time, I would like to ask that we go around the board members and have everyone give their ethics disclosures. And I also want to remind members that you do need to do a public official APOC filing if you haven't done that yet, and that's due by March 15th. So if we can go ahead and start with Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Lynn Keogh. I'm a lifelong Alaskan. I'm married, and my wife, Mary, and I have 3 grown children, 7 grandchildren, with an 8th due in May. In January 2020, we moved to Wasilla to be closer to our kids and grandkids. We have owned and operated a fishing charter business on the Kenai Peninsula for over 35 years. Our youngest son works in the business with us, operating his own boat. I commercial shrimp in Prince William Sound prior to our fishing season, trap full-time in the winter, and I am receiving agent for the Fur Harvester Fur Auction. I am also a licensed registered guide and work for various guides in the fall, primarily for moose and bear. Our primary income is from our fishing business and supplement with guiding hunts, shrimping, and selling furs. My wife and I both receive Alaska Permanent Fund. I receive a stipend for serving on the Board of Game. Neither myself or any family member is part of any lawsuit involved in the state, other than something I might be involved in with being named on the Board of Game here. This statement is true and correct to the best of my knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn, and you will be allowed to participate in all aspects of the meeting. We could go to Orville if he's available, Mr. Huntington.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. morning, Mr. Chair. My name is Orville Huntington. I'm originally from Huslia, and I now live in Fairbanks and secondarily in Huslia, and sometimes I visit Norway. I declare I have no conflicts discussed here at this Board of Game meeting here in Wasilla. Nothing has significantly changed since my last statement I gave for the board. I moved to Fairbanks for healthcare, support my children's college education. Most of my time is spent in Fairbanks, but some in Huslia, and some of my time is in Norway with my wife and child. I am currently not employed and retired since 2020. I'm married to Nina Huntington of Norway, and our child Mina lives with us. I have a son who works in Anchorage, 2 sons who work at Fairbanks, 2 daughters that work, and our students at UAF. My immediate family members do not hunt or trap commercially, but use subsistence hunting, fishing, and trapping, as well as personal use sharing our family from fisheries in the state. I get an annual state PFD, as well as my family members, native corporate dividends, as well as my sons and daughters, and Board of Game honorarium. I was born in the village of Huslia and resident of Alaska for most of my life. I nor any member of my family have any business interests in the state of Alaska or any business interests of Board of Games actions discussed here or any other board. My family members do not have any lawsuits with the state of Alaska. I continue to rely heavily on subsistence and personal use sharing. And from our family, when I can get out and enjoy hunting and fishing opportunities, I do so. I serve on many state, national, Native American professional and educational science boards and international educational and advisory committees. I'm not part of any special interest group, but I'm respectful of those who are. I declare this statement is true and complete and to the best of my knowledge, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Orville, and the chair finds that you can fully participate in all matters that come before the committee. Thank you. Mr. Cooney.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is James Cooney, and I live in Eagle River. I've been an Alaskan resident since fall of 2004. I'm not married, and I have no children here in Alaska or at all. I work for the U.S. Army as a civilian, and that's how I make my full-time employment money. I do receive a PFD, and I receive honorarium from the state for my service on the Board of Game. I have, I have no other businesses outside of just working for the U.S. government, and I have no other conflicts of interest that I'd like to disclose. I certify that my disclosure statement is true, correct, and complete.
Thank you, Mr. Cooney. The chair finds that you're able to fully participate in the matters that come before the committee. Thank you. Mr. Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, members and staff and the public and the listening public. My name is Al Brett, an Alaskan user from Fairbanks. I receive a monthly disability check from VA for service-connected injuries. My main source of income is derived from my fur dressing business, which I've operated since 1992. I've also supplement my income from the sale of furs for my trapping efforts. I also receive an annual income from being employed as a Class A guide in Unit 20, mainly 1 or 2 sheep hunts a year. I and my wife receive a PFD. I also receive a stipend from being a member of this board. My lovely wife, Linda Bashke, is employed at the university statewide as a project manager. I have 3 children and 1 grandson. My son is a contractor by trade in Fairbanks, and he gets supplements some of his income from his subsistence trapping efforts in 20B. I have a daughter who lives in Arizona, works as a director for a school in Arizona. I have a daughter in Fairbanks who is employed at a local fuel service company. I'm a life member of the NRA, the Tanana Valley Sportsmen's Association, Alaska Trappers Association, and Moose Mamas. I receive no compensation from these organizations, nor am I on any of their boards. I'm a member of the Outdoor Council, the Alaska Falconers Association, and again, I'm not on any of their boards or a voting member. My wife is an Alaska General Falconer. and is a voting member of the Alaska Falconers Association. I have read, oh, sorry about that. I am not named or involved in any lawsuits at this time that are not related to the Board of Game. Mr. Chairman, I certify that my statements are all true and complete to the best of my knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett, and the chair finds that you're able to participate in all matters to come before the board at this meeting. Jake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. For the record, my name is Jacob C. Fletcher. My family and I live in Talkeetna. Our family enjoys hunting, fishing, cross-country skiing, mushing, just to name a few. My primary sources of income are the following. I own and operate a small guiding operation that conducts our hunts on Kodiak Island in Unit 8 and also in the Talkeetna Mountains in 14B. I possess a Coast Guard master's license and operate jet boats for Mahays Jet Boat Adventures in the summer months. I work for AK Sled Dog Tours periodically during the course of the year. I also work for Dallas CV Inc. My wife manages a local business, AK Sled Dog Tours. It's a company that conducts year-round tourist operation in Talkeetna. My family and I receive PFDs. Our guiding business received a grant from the Mat-Su Borough last year. I receive an honorarium from the Board of Game. My wife and I volunteer for the Iditarod. I also broke trail for a number of years for the Iditarod, and I'm still asked to complete tasks for that race from time to time, and sometimes those tasks are compensated monetarily. I own Talkeetna Snow Machine Outings. We own a rental property in central Wisconsin, a farm. We own a tract of agricultural land in Talkeetna. I'm a registered guide and a member of the APHA. I'm a member of the Alaska Trappers Association. I contribute to the Kodiak Brown Bear Trust. I'm a member of the NRA. Our family holds memberships in the Willow Dog Mushers Association. Our family volunteers for the Willow 300 Dog Sled Race. I'm not involved directly in any lawsuits other than those against the Board of Game. As I stated above, I belong to several organizations in a member capacity only. Any lawsuits that those organizations are involved in do not pertain to any topics that we'll be discussing today, to the best of my knowledge. None of these issues we're considering during the meeting will affect me or my family personally or financially, with the exception of one. Proposal 83 deals with moose hunting regulation in 14B. I periodically guide moose hunters up there. It's a bow hunting, proposal that was going to make maybe perhaps an extra 2 days on the end of the season. It's been a very long time since I took a stick and string guy moose hunting, but the extra 2 days on the end of that season might be considered definitely an advantage whenever you're talking to somebody about hunting. So I'll definitely leave it up to everybody's or your discretion, Mr. Chair, if you think I should abstain from those deliberations. I certify that all these statements are true and correct and complete to the best of my knowledge.
Mr. Fletcher, the board finds that you're able to fully participate in all the matters to come before the board at this meeting. We have previously discussed your involvement with that one issue, and I'm convinced that it's not going to affect your ability to make a fair decision on that. Thank you. Mr. Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. For the record, my name is Stanley L. Hoffman Jr. Most know me by my nickname, Stosh. I reside in Bethel, Alaska, where I've lived for the last 27 years. Prior to living in Bethel, I lived in Anchorage for a few years and McGrath for 20 years. My family and I primarily live a subsistence lifestyle, hunting and gathering what the land has to offer on the Kuskokwim River. My primary source of income is with the Association Village Council of Presidents Regional Housing Authority, where I am Director of Housing Management. Other sources of income are generated from a few small businesses that I own and operate in Bethel, SNA Rentals and a B&B, and then I run a small fencing company with my sons, none of which have any financial ties to Board of Game issues that will be discussed at this meeting. I am a retired assistant guide. All my activities took place in Unit 19B, Bravo. I'm an also retired satellite dish installer retailer that I did that for about 20 years. I hold a limited entry commercial fishery license for the Kuskokwim Bay area and the lower Kuskokwim River, which hasn't been active for at least over 5 years. I don't think anyone's commercial fish for maybe closer to 10, but been a while. My wife is my wife's primary source of income. She's the president and CEO of Bethel Native Corporation in Bethel. My wife also serves as the co-chair for the Alaska Federation of Natives. I have two sons. My oldest son recently graduated from Stanford University, is now employed by AVCP Inc. in Bethel. And my youngest son is a junior, and now he's now attending University of Alaska Fairbanks. My wife and I are also raising our nephew, and he's a freshman at APU in Anchorage. I've been recently appointed to the board of directors for Yukon-Kuskokwim Health Corporation, where I serve on seat Unit 5. I also serve on the Planning Commission for the City of Bethel. I'm also a member of the Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association. All four of my family members and myself received the annual State of Alaska PFD. I also receive honorarium from the State Board of Game meetings I attend. I'm a member of Bethel Native Corporation, which is our village corp, Chilista Native Corporation, which is our regional, and ONC, which is our nonprofit Native Corporation in Bethel. To my knowledge, I'm not involved in any lawsuits affiliated to any proposals to be discussed at this meeting. Mr. Chairman, to my knowledge, that this statement is true, correct, and complete.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffman, and the board finds that you're able to fully participate in the matters to come before the board at this meeting. At this time, I'd like to turn the gavel over to Stosh Hoffman.
Yeah, at this time, Jerry, would you please do your ethics disclosure statement?
My name is Jerry Burnett. I live in Juneau, Alaska, and I retired in December 17th as the Deputy Commissioner from the Alaska Department of Revenue. Primary source of income is the State of Alaska Retirement Program. My wife is retired from the University of Alaska Southeast. Her primary sources of income are the State of Alaska Retirement Program's PERS and the teacher retirement system. She also receives some commission income as a rental agent for the Juneau Yacht Club. We have investments through the state supplemental benefits system, the University of Alaska Social Security replacement system, as well as CDs, municipal bonds, mutual funds, undeveloped and developed real estate in Juneau and in Arizona. We are investors in a business in Juneau which operates an indoor shooting range and sells firearms, archery equipment, and accessories. None of these investments are associated with or uniquely impacted by the actions of this board. We also derive income from our annual Alaska PFDs, Social Security, and from the Board of Game honorarium. None of our children still live at home. One works for the Alaska Department of Corrections in Anchorage. One has a dog grooming business and owns part of a landscaping business in Juneau. And one works for a company which sells commercial cleaning products and is based out of California. I'm a member and former board member of the Territorial Sportsmen and Alaska Outdoor Councils. Also, I'm currently a member of the board of directors of the Juneau Yacht Club, which is primarily a boating-related social organization. Not part of any lawsuit other than those against the Board of Game. The information included in this disclosure is true, correct, and complete to the best of my knowledge.
Thank you, Jerry. The chair finds that you can participate fully in the meeting.
Thank you. And you're going to give me the chair back, the gavel back? Okay.
Yes, I will.
Mr. Keough.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So procedurally, I might have made a little mistake here. I kind of thought conflicts might have been before we start deliberations, but so there is a potential conflict. Let the board decide. I had a family member submit comments on 3 different proposals. Proposals 99, 228, and 199. So just want to make sure that everybody's aware of that.
Okay. Question for you, is this family member closely related?
Yes.
And would their comments have a different effect on you than comments from other members of the public?
Not at all.
In that case, I will have to find that you're able to participate in the deliberations. Thank you. Okay, at this time, I still have quite a bit more to say here. So before we hear staff reports, I would like to announce that anyone who would like to submit written comments to the board can do so by giving it to the board staff at the end of the table. or comments can be emailed as PDF attachments to the Board of Game comment email, DFGBOG comments at adfg.alaska.gov. As a mitigation measure for the meeting, we will not be distributing hard copies throughout the meeting room. Instead, we will scan the document and post it to the meeting website. All documents received at the board meeting will be assigned a record copy, also known as an RC number, and will be recorded in the logbook. The original of all written materials submitted will be retained for the permanent record of the board. Anyone needing assistance with submitting comments can contact the board's support section with the Department of Fish and Game. Also, public comments are limited to 10 single-sided pages in length from any individual or group during the meeting. This policy of the board was adopted to ensure that all public comments could be properly reviewed by board members during the meeting prior to taking action. With no exception, all materials are to be submitted to the board for consideration. All materials which are to be submitted to the board for consideration must be presented to the board's record keeper for distribution. Please do not give documents to individual board members. Record copies will be posted to the board's website in the morning before the meeting begins and after the breaks throughout the day. This practice ensures regular distribution of all written comments to board members, as well as proper retention of board records. In order to be sure the public is fully informed on the board process, the chairman, vice chairman, and executive director will answer all process questions the public may have during the course of the meeting. We hope this board practice outlined here will maximize public participation in the board process, as the board believes an informed and engaged public is essential to successfully develop and implement wildlife use and conservation strategies. Anyone wishing to testify who has not already signed up through the registration process must fill out one of the blue cards located at the registration table and hand it to the board staff at the registration table. To be sure the blue card is legible and completely filled out so that both your name and the area of interest, your topic, or the proposals you are concerned about can be identified by board members. You may fill out a blue card at any time before or during the meeting, up until the cutoff time for oral testimony, which we will announce several times. That cutoff time will be Saturday, January 22nd at 10 a.m. Since the public was allowed to sign up to testify in advance of the meeting, we already have several people signed up over the next few days. Anyone signing up now should take a look at the testimony list online or talk to our board support staff member at the registration table to sign up for one of the time periods over the next 2 days. Board support will also post a testimony list later this morning for everyone to view. Keep in mind the time periods listed by board support are estimations, which will shift depending on the number of testifiers and the length of each person's testimony. Board support will post updates of the testimony lists online and in the room so testifiers can monitor our progress. Testimony will begin today following the completion of staff reports. The board requests that members of the public and the press recognize and respect the board sanctuary, which is where board members and staff are seated during the meeting. Please do not enter the space beyond the yellow and black line that you see on the floor. During breaks and before and after meetings, board members will make themselves available to the public in the public areas at the meeting space. Before we begin, please turn your cell phones off or at least mute them. And if anyone has trouble hearing the discussion, there are hearing devices available from the board staff. Lastly, the Alaska Board of Game and the Department of Fish and Game are united in support of fostering a respectful workplace. We are committed to ensure our workplace is free from negative, aggressive, and inappropriate behaviors. Harassment of any nature is unacceptable and will not be tolerated. We appreciate everyone's assistance in joining us in this important effort. At this time, we will move on to staff reports. Copies of the list of oral reports are available at the back of the room at the public table. We will start with agency updates and reports. And we heard agency reports yesterday at the work session. Are there any updates or reports for today, Commissioner?
Yes, we have a series of reports from the wildlife section and subsistence, I think, and we will be presenting those now.
Okay. And Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. After yesterday's division update, I did get a note from our Hunter Access Program, and they wanted me to let you folks know and folks listening in the audience that the cutoff time or the application due date is March 1st for Hunter Access projects, if you have an interest or know somebody who does. They also threw a bone and said if they get applications by February 3rd, or excuse me, February 8th, they'll go through them and get them back to folks so they can be redone and resubmitted. Other than that, Mr. Chairman, I did just want to follow up on a comment that the Commissioner made. Currently, we have staff in Glen Allen, in the Palmer office, and in King Salmon who are engaged online with us, as well as a large percentage of the division. We're ready to support the board and the public. We've been doing so for a couple years through the pandemic, and our folks have stood up and been open and available, and we're here. Here we are again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. And Lisa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have an update coming with Robin Dublin giving our update. Thank you.
Okay, and Cheryl Brooking and Derek will be online today.
And they may be able to speak up now. I don't know if they're thinking you'll turn to them or not, but they should be.
Cheryl, was there any updates from yesterday's meeting? Or Derek? No response?
None for me.
So at this time, I think it's time to, oh, Derek, Captain. Any updates from yesterday's meeting?
No, sir. No updates. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, we'll go to the reports from the department.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. We do have a series of staff reports for you today. First, we will be doing a regional overview, and Regional Supervisor Gino Delfredi will be presenting that. Following, we'll be doing a regional research overview, and then I believe Ms. Olson has a update, and to finish up the day, we'll have a Mulchatna caribou status report, as well as a population status of Alaska hares. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
While we're waiting too, these presentations should be posted on the website. Oh, and in your notebooks, the hard copies can be found in there.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, members of the public. I want to take a minute and say thank you for coming to Region 4. Welcome to our lovely region. And before I get started, I do want to. I was looking, watching news this morning, and the news noted that today was the second anniversary for the first infection that was identified for COVID, and it's kind of appropriate. We've been through quite a bit across the state, and as we started through this journey, so to speak, our frontline staff have been totally instrumental in making sure that the public is served. Early on, they were deemed essential to the department, to the state, and they were asked to rise up and keep our offices open, be available to the public. And I really want to take a minute and say thank you to them. They did an amazing job We got sneeze screens up, we got masks, we got all kinds of stuff, and I really do appreciate their ability to do that, to take on that task. You know, a lot of us got to be able to stay home and telework and protect ourselves, but our frontline staff, you know, stood up and took care of the public. And actually in 2020, we had a higher number of public come into our office than previous years. It was actually kind of interesting that we actually had people still coming to the office. 2021, it was a little bit less, but we still have had a pretty substantial, and I'll get into that a little bit more. So with that in mind, I'm going to give you a brief overview of Region 4. Region 4 is, it's the longest region. It's probably the third largest region in the state. Landmass-wise, it's the equivalent of the state of Arizona, and we manage that area with 31 staff for the region. We get a lot of help from statewide staff and others. It's actually pretty interesting, and I didn't realize this until I measured it, but it's 2,400 miles from one end of the region to the other. That's the same distance as it is from here to San Diego. And so it's quite a lengthy way. And when you get to the end of the Aleutian Islands, you're still looking at Russia. We're looking at the Kamchatka Peninsula from that end of our peninsula. In 2010, we had a meeting in Juneau at the time, and that was the time the decision was made to split the large Region 2 into two regions, and that's when Region 4 was created. So we're into our about our 12th year of being a separate region. We're still a growing region. We're still trying to fill all of our positions and be equal to the other regions. I'm going to go through and identify our regional staff. As I think Ryan mentioned yesterday, we've had quite a bit of turnover in staff. We've got positions that we're still recruiting for. And to put things into perspective, at our Bethel meeting, or not our Bethel meeting, our Dillingham meeting in 2018, there are only 11 of our 31 staff members that were in their position in 2018. So we've had almost a 2/3 turnover in just 4 years. And with that comes quite a few new ideas, a lot of recruitment, a lot of training, a lot of bringing up folks up to speed, and it's kind of an exciting time. At the same time, there was only one board member that was in Dillingham that was in place, and so we're a lot of this stuff we're presenting. We're looking forward to working with a lot of new members. I'll begin with my research staff. We have Dr. Jeff Stetz. He's our research coordinator. He supervises our research staff. Nick Dema, who was with us in 2018. Renee Sattler's new. We have a vacant position. Dr. Denreiter has recently been hired to help run our nutrition lab here in Palmer. Cassidy Colson just finished up a project on moose in Unit 17, and Meg Inakuma is our biometrician. Additional research staff, Christy Hoyne, Katie Anderson, our research biologists, supporting biologists, And we've been pretty lucky. Dr. Collins and Spallinger both have stuck around. They both retired in the last couple of years, but they continue to help. They're very active. They're still writing up some of their research reports and moving along. And Amanda Zwelke has just been in the process of finishing up her master's project. She'll be working on that for another year. We have a lot, like I mentioned, we have a lot of statewide staff that are very integral to helping this region succeed. And for the most part, occupy space within the region. Eddie Grasser's in the Palmer office more times, I think, than he is in any other office. Tony Cavalock's office is in he's our assistant director. We have our WESAP program. It's the Wildlife Habitat Enhancement and Spatial Analysis Program run by Sue Rodman in Anchorage. But a couple of her staff really help out here, Miles and new hire Doug Beatty. Rick Marizan runs a small game program. He has an office here in Palmer. We all know Natalie, our special areas folks. Doug Hill runs a lot of the special areas in the valley. Kenton Henry, Information Services, and Sierra, she's our Region 4 representative. She is a statewide person, but she really helps out with a lot of our education information programs. Very, very valuable person. We have veterinary staff here in the valley. Dr. Mortensen and his assistant Nick Jensen. They have offices out at the nutrition lab, and they are primarily charged with helping our new staff come up to speed with drug handling and animal care. So I'll go through a few of our what I've termed challenges and accomplishments. These are just going to be little highlights, and in just about every one of these, you're going to be seeing quite a bit more information as we get through this meeting from our area staff, from our research staff later in the meeting. I spoke to the staff turnover, and it will continue. We had a resignation reported earlier this week, and we'll be looking to fill that position as soon as we can. All these positions are pretty integral to us, and when we lose somebody, we lose our continuity. Intensive management is really big in Region 4. We have quite a few programs. We've got 2 active programs, one in Unit 13, one in Unit 17. Excuse me. Our budget is stable. I think in the short term, we've got a pretty optimistic outlook for our budget. In the long term, with baby boomers dropping out of the hunting world or getting free licenses, and younger students not necessarily taking hunting like those of us that are in the older classes did. We're not seeing as many licenses purchased. We're not seeing as many people active in the sport. And maybe on a 5 to 10 year outlook, we're probably looking at declining participation. There's a lot of programs that are, and we heard the Huntology program yesterday. There are a lot of programs that are geared at trying to recruit hunters, retain hunters, and get hunters that have dropped out to reactivate. And I mentioned a little bit about COVID-19. It's been quite a bit of work. It's a day-to-day task to try and figure out what is it that we're doing today that's affected by COVID, whether it's staff that are staying home and trying to teleconference into regional meetings or to other parts. Is it who's sick this week? And we've been working through that, and it's just a day-to-day piece to our. One thing that we did here in Palmer, and again, it's just one of those, I call it other duties as assigned, is early on when the outbreak happened, the first vaccines that were on the market had to be stored in an ultra low temperature freezer. And Fish and Game has the only ultra low temperature freezer in the valley. And we offered to participate in storage of these vaccines. We worked with Health and Social Services and as I learned as we get into this, there was a little bit more involved than just allowing them a little bit of space in our freezer. We became providers. We had to take training. We had to fill out federal forms and do everything that you have to do for that. But we did it because we felt like we were helping with the community, and we helped distribute over 20,000 doses of the vaccine to Valley providers. We were working with about 15 providers at the peak of how we were doing that. Just the last couple of weeks, we've finished our stint, so to speak. The new vaccines are a little bit more stable, and HSS is working directly with the providers to make sure that they get their vaccines directly. And so they've thanked us for our service, and we're in the process of just whatever leftover supplies we have, making sure that they're returned. Again, that's just one of those duties is assigned, and we feel like we've done our part. And again, that's something that for those folks that had to come to the office, they helped me with being part of that depot. Human population growth, as Member Keogh, who lives here, and others know, Matt Valley is growing faster than any other place in the state. We're currently at about 106,000 people in the Mat-Su borough. With that comes higher customer service demands. The word social carrying capacity is a pretty intriguing thing, because while we may want more wildlife on the landscape, there may be conflicts with the public, and so there's the carrying capacity is a little bit tougher. People don't tolerate predators in populated areas as much as they would in rural Alaska. And with that comes habitat impacts. With every subdivision that goes in, we lose 30, 40 acres of moose habitat. And things are filling in. You look at the satellite images of the valley, compare that to 30 years ago, and there's a lot of habitat that has no longer moose habitat. And access has really become an important issue because there's less and less state land, or the same amount of state land, but more and more people that want to access. So competition for accessible areas to hunt and to fish are really a challenge. Digging into the customer service a little bit more, within Region 4, because of the interest from the public, we have quite a few permit hunts. There's 49 different drawing permit hunts. We have every type of permit hunt in this region as well. We have subsistence permit hunts, whether they're community subsistence hunts. We'll be talking more about Tier 1 subsistence hunts, Tier 2 subsistence hunts. There's registration hunts, and we even have one targeted permit hunt for primarily nuisance moose. On the revenue side, this is pretty hard to read, but the two big bars is August and September. And we took in over the counter about $100,000 in just those 2 months in license and tag sales. And that's just for wildlife. We do sell fishing stuff over the counter. We have a joint counter here in Palmer, but this is just the wildlife side of that. We seal quite a few animals. Every animal that needs to be sealed, our office is very busy sealing. We seal somewhere between 800 and 1,200 animals a year. Some of it depends on how good the sheep season is. Some of it depends on whether or not there's a brown bear season on the Alaska Peninsula. This last year, there was a brown bear season. We sealed quite a few brown bears through our office. And that, again, requires our staff to spend time with hunters and trappers. Continuing with our challenges, you know, we have lots of research needs. We have lots of opportunities. Our staff are constantly coming to us with new ideas and looking for additional funding to do different work. Jeff Stetz will give us a presentation a little bit later, and we'll get into this a little bit more on what we're actually doing, where we're going with Region 4 research. We're spending a lot of time with Mulchatna caribou herd management. We've got 2 big research projects out there, quite a bit of management, quite a bit of public involvement. We've got our education staff involved in this, and we're partnering and working pretty closely with our Fish and Wildlife Service refuge counterparts that have quite a bit of land out west, and it takes a lot of our time, but it's a worthy project. Neltina caribou herd management is always it's always busy. Most recently, we have spent the last 2 or 3 years trying to return the herd back into population objectives, and we are now within our objectives on the Neltina herd. And with those objectives comes fewer permits, a little bit less opportunity, but a healthier herd. And we'll be hearing more from that. One of my items here is urban and suburban moose management. You know, as I mentioned already, habitat is, we're losing habitat here in the valley as we build subdivisions. Our big habitat enhancements through fire, the Miller's Reach fire, which was just west of this hotel, is now all grown up. And we're, you know, most of the time, wildfires or controlled burns, we get about 20 to 25 years of excellent habitat for moose, and we're beyond that. Miller's Reach, I believe, was early 90s. And so we're now just about to the end of the life of that as a habitat production area. Point McKenzie Ag Project went through a period as farms started going fallow. We had tremendous moose habitat out there, and I think some of those farms are now being brought back into activity, and that means a little bit less moose habitat. There are a few new fires, Sockeye Fire, which will be producing habitat, but all in all, our habitat is probably about as stable as we can have it. We have a pretty active moose management program, and I think it's very successful. And we are harvesting about a half a moose per square mile here in 14A. It's a very high, and lots of parts of the state don't even have half a moose per square mile alive on their area. Deer transplant, I'm pretty sure that most people have heard about the concept of transplanting deer here to the valley. In early 2021, Governor Dunleavy asked our division to look into the possibility of transplanting deer here into the valley. It was primarily as an initiative to improve food security in Alaska. I think he's been pretty clear that he would like to see food security as one of his priorities. We have discussed this internally quite a bit. We have a wildlife transplant policy within our division, which provides a lot of really good guidance on the process. It makes sure that whatever we do is biologically sound, and we're in the middle of scoping of that. With that scoping, we're looking for public input into that. We're looking for some of that. But within the transplant policy, there are 8 different criteria that we look at. I mean, we're identifying the species proposed for transplant. Some of the work that we've already done, we've settled on Sitka black-tailed deer as the species of deer that would maybe be the best prospect for moving here. White-tailed deer and mule deer, you know, they have their own problems, and we would possibly be bringing in a competing species and or possibly a disease transmission issue. Sitka black-tailed deer is a range extension, which is a little bit lower level of a concern relative to our transplant policy. Got to find a source for where the deer are, and they're the closest to us. We have not specifically identified a source, but obvious candidates are southeast Prince William Sound and Kodiak-Afognak complex. You know, and if we move forward, then we would start working to try and figure out what would be the best opportunity. Where would we put the deer? I mean, Mat-Su-Buro is a pretty big area. You know, low-lying elevation is probably better than mountainous areas. Obviously, we get quite a bit more snow and quite a bit more wind and a lot more cold than most places where Sitka black-tailed deer exist. And so we would have to identify proper habitat. But, you know, a couple possibilities would be possibly the Knik River Flats or, you know, possibly even in lower elevations. We need to describe the extent of public support. Part of my presentation here is to try and just put the word out. We're continuing to gather support. We've met with most of our advisory committees in this area to try and get the word out. I gave a presentation to the Mat-Su-Buro Fish and Wildlife Commission a couple weeks ago, and I know they are going to be discussing this more in depth in a subsequent meeting. And then there's the biological side of this. We need to look at the ecological risks of bringing in a new species into an area. What are the competition? What is the potential for disease transmission? What are the social constraints? You know, are people going to readily accept deer in this area? Are they going to be compatible with moose, and are they not going to necessarily damage our successful moose management program here? But anyway, we're working on that. If we get to the green light, that means we get the funding, and we'll pursue hiring a couple staff and moving pretty fast, because I think the plan is, or the hope is, that we put animals on the landscape as quick as possible. You know, from previous experience, we know it's going to take a couple decades for populations to get high enough so that they would actually provide hunting opportunity, but that would be something for the future. We have updated, you know, moose vehicle accidents are a continuous problem in Alaska, regardless of what we try to do, what we try to work with the public on. We continuously have moose vehicle collisions, and we are looking for ways to make it so the public is aware of the danger. You know, it's pretty easy to tell somebody to slow down. It's not so easy to get them to slow down when they're on snow and ice. In 1989, we started the Give Moose a Break program, and that program kind of started on the Kenai Peninsula, moved into the valley, went to a statewide program, and just recently we've worked with our education staff to start a new public awareness campaign. They created this new mascot, and a new slogan, trying to encourage folks that when they see moose to engage their hazards as opposed to flashing their headlights for oncoming vehicles. We've also had a graduate student, Luke McDonald, started his master's program looking at moose collisions on a much finer scale than we've ever looked at in the past. We actually employed a person to go specifically to every kill site as soon as he could after it happened, and take some measurements of what are the situation, what are we looking at, why did that moose use that piece of the road, and why did it get hit there? Is there road designs that we can recommend to the Department of Transportation to alter? Is there vegetation characteristics that we can effectively manage to reduce moose from occurring next to the roads? One of the things, and if you go to our website, you will see a map of the valley showing the hot spots. And some of this is through modeling, some of this is through actual measurements, and these hot spots are pretty intriguing to show that, yes, there are some pretty important spots where moose are continuously doing. And we're providing that to Department of Transportation so that as they design new roads, that they take moose into consideration. And we've got a lot of work to do there, but we're still trying to do our part. We will hear quite a bit more about fur bear management here at this meeting. There are a number of issues. In my mind, they're perennial issues. The one of consistent hunting and trapping seasons for fur animals and fur bearers is something that every board meeting I've been to in the last 32 years has had consistent season as a goal. And as soon as you make one season consistent with one species, you change that consistency with somebody else, or somebody would like to see a change. I don't think I've had lots of conversations with the Alaska Trappers Association, and I don't think there's not a golden rule here. We've talked about whether or not pelt quality would be the guiding source of your trapping seasons, and maybe if you have more opportunity, you take that through hunting seasons. But anyway, those are going to be, we're going to have a lot of discussion on that. Quite a few proposals that represent trapper, non-trapper conflicts. What do we do around trails within the borough? What do we do along trails in rural Alaska? That's going to be a continuous theme of that. And of course, trap ID tags is something that always seems to creep into these. Looking forward to those conversations, and I pulled up the Alaska Trapper report from this last year, and when you look at all the comments by trappers, these are the three consistent themes within the Trapper report. So something to continue to discuss and to work on. We have 6 intensive management programs in Region 4. 2 of them are active, as I mentioned, the Unit 13 program to benefit moose, and the Unit 17 program to benefit caribou. We have the other 4 programs are still on the books. You'll see a couple proposals to keep those on the books. It's nice to continue to have them as a possible tool in our toolbox to continue to help. Unit 16 moose, we've had a couple bad winters, and we're looking at that as we'd like to make sure that IM program is available in the event that we find that wolves have now are impacting the moose population. brief rundown around the state. You know, the Palmer office manages 14A, 14B, 16A, and 16B. The Palmer office is located on the very eastern edge of their area, and it goes from very heavily roaded areas like we're currently in to pretty remote, almost wilderness-like areas in Unit 16B. Palmer office staff, Tim Peltier's been our area biologist now for a while. Chris Brockman is his assistant. Garrett Van Diest started as a technician in our front office and has now moved into being our regional biologist one. They're a pretty good team. They work together. They seem to always be moving, and there's always lots of issues to deal with. Our information center, obviously, it's located here in the Palmer office, but it's a regional information office. Our information center has, our supervisor is Lee Honig, Fish and Wildlife technicians, Keely Wall, Bailey Korkowski. Olivia has since moved on. She has decided to stay home and be a mom for a while, which more power to her. That's fantastic, and we are in the process of trying to fill her position as soon as we can. We get ready for summer onslaught. And I've already mentioned, they do a ton of work for us, and without them, we wouldn't be able to get half the things done that we need to do. Kind of a quick overview of land status. The dark blue is state land. The green is predominantly private land, and then there's a little bit of checkerboarded other lands, whether it's federal land, corporate land, or the others. Private land is mostly along the road system. State land, we have quite a bit of state land that's available for the public to utilize. Same thing in 16. A little bit of federal land. We got Lake Clark National Park on the south, Denali National Park on the north, but quite a bit of state land right in the middle, and quite a bit of interest in developing into Unit 16. And so I suspect we'll be commenting quite a bit on development proposals in the upcoming future. This map just kind of denotes some of the issues, kind of to stimulate me as I've been talking. You know, fire management is something that we're continuing to work around. How can we reduce fire danger in and around communities? We're working a lot with moose vehicle collision programs. Moose management is a big part of what we do here in this area. You get down into Cook Inlet, of course, beluga whales are an endangered species concern. You get over into 16B, the snowflake represents deep snow winters. We have traditional deep snow winters over there that when they happen, they set back our moose management program quite a bit. And most recently, we've had some interest in a new road into 16B to open up some mining interests. And you know, within our division, we provide a lot of comments on the impacts to wildlife with most big major development issues. Unit 13 and Unit 11 is managed out of the Glen Allen office. Glen Allen is central to this area. It's kind of the playground for most of the populated part of Anchorage and the valley. There's got a lot of folks that utilize that area. Management is a big challenge. Our area biologist, Heidi Hatcher, assistant AB is Joelle Hepler, new technician, new information center lead, Dean Robinson, Tim Bembenek. This office has gone through quite a bit of change, but we're staying on top of it. Really appreciate everything that these guys are doing, and you'll be spending a lot of time with Heidi and Joelle here in the not so near future. Land status, a little bit more varied. We have state land in central part of Unit 13, native land, checkerboarded along much of the road system, some federal land, and you know, management is a big challenge. We've got a lot of interest from folks. Unit 11 is mostly federal land. Wrangell St. Elias National Park and Preserve is almost exclusively Unit 11, with some Native Corporation lands on the western and a little bit of other lands checkerboarded in there. And a little bit of federal Forest Service land. Chugach National Forest is on that very southern tip of Unit 11 and 13. As far as challenges go in this area, as I mentioned already, we have an active IM program, not just wolf control, but we are trying to get some habitat enhancement done through our WESAP program. We've got a controlled burn planned for the Alphabet Hills area. Whether or not we'll be able to get that lit or not kind of depends on checking all the boxes and all the rules that go with controlled burns. Caribou management, moose management are by far the biggest things. Watana Dam is a little bit dormant now, but these big projects never really seem to go away, and they do continue to come and go, and we have to provide information. Excuse me. And of course, there's mines up north of the Denali Highway, and we will be continuing to provide comments on mine management. Dillingham office is out in Bristol Bay, at the northern end of Bristol Bay. It manages all of Unit 17. Area biologist right now is vacant. An assistant AB position is vacant. Chris Brockman is our assistant AB in Palmer and is taken on the task of being our acting area biologist. He will be presenting quite a bit of information here, and we just got him into that position about a month ago, so he's done a great job coming up to speed, and I think he'll do a great job with you later in this meeting. I do want to say, though, that we have a new AB that has been selected and has accepted the job, new assistant AB that has been selected and accepted the job. They're due to start either next month or March, and so we're pretty excited. We're finally going to have some new folks into that position, and be looking forward to getting them on the ground and starting to learn their areas. Land status for Unit 17, there's quite a bit of state land in 17B and C, checkerboarded private land and corporate land in the southern part, and then of course federal land on the western side. Togiak National Wildlife Refuge occupies much of 17A, and so we work quite a bit, and we work pretty closely with the Togiak National Wildlife Refuge. As far as resource concerns or work, Pebble Mine is on the very eastern edge of Unit 17, kind of on that 9B, 17B border. Donlin Mine is to the north, but close enough that it at least drags us into some of the wildlife work. Caribou, moose, and wolves, we've spent a lot of time working with those species. King Salmon Area Office is obviously the longest area office, or longest stretch of land that this area office works with. Dave Crowley is our area biologist, and is going to be retiring soon. We're going to be losing some continuity here. Most of our work happens in Unit 9. And we are gonna miss Dave and his passion for bear management. Our assistant AB position here is vacant, but that's the same position. It's a jointly filled position. And so that position that we hired that will be in the Dillingham office will be assisting the King Salmon office as well. Alicia Carson is our new program technician in the front counter, and she's been amazing. She's not afraid to jump in an airplane and fly a survey and seal a bear, and really appreciate her in that capacity. Land status is really varied. We have a couple National Park Service properties, Katmai National Park and Eniakchak National Preserve, federal lands through Fish and Wildlife Service, refuges, and then state land is mostly on that western edge. Most of the Alaska or the Aleutian Islands is part of the Alaska Maritime National Wildlife Refuge. There is some private land, and we don't spend a lot of time out on the Aleutian. We spend some time working on caribou management in ADAC, and a lot of time working with management on Unimak Island. Caribou management is a big part of the King Salmon office. Bear management is huge out there. We've got moose concerns in the northern part, and of course, Pebble Mine is right on that edge, and our staff are constantly pinged for information related to resource development. Going out the Aleutian Islands, obviously there's some endangered species concerns out there with the western populations of sea lions, and then there's a fern, the Aleutian shield fern, that's on the endangered species list. And there's some concerns over sea otter and sea otter management out there. That concludes my presentation. As I said, this is a brief overview, and you'll be hearing quite a bit more from our staff as we move throughout the meeting.
Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gino, have you guys, when it comes to the deer deal, are you looking at all the conflict or the potential conflict of trapping activity in the wintertime in an area where you'd be releasing deer?
Through the chair, Member Keogh, yes, we're collecting the information. Conflicts with other species management is probably going to be one of those key sections within our feasibility analysis. It's not just deer maybe getting caught by trappers, but it's deer on agricultural fields here, competition with moose. And so, yeah, it's definitely one of those things that we're considering.
Commissioner?
Yeah, I just want to address the deer issue, because it's been in the paper quite a bit. You know, one of the governor's priorities and one of my priorities as commissioner, as I told the board when I was being interviewed, is food security for Alaskans. And when we were discussing food security a couple of times, you know, different items came up from how can we introduce bison across the state? Are there opportunities for deer across the state? There was no directive ever given by the governor to Fish and Game to go out and release deer. There was a discussion amongst us that we were supposed to evaluate different opportunities to put deer in the landscape, and this is one of those things. And I want to assure you that it's going through the process. You know, we are going through the process now like we would with releasing bison over in the Anoka. We're going through that entire process to make sure there's no damage, but fundamentally, I support the concept of trying to look for additional harvest opportunities for Alaskans. I think one thing we saw in this whole pandemic is just how vulnerable Alaska is to food shortages. You know, the Port of Seattle closes, we're kind of toast. So we are looking actively at food security, and we're looking actively at ways to increase opportunities for Alaskans to participate in hunting and fishing across the state. And I view this as no different than looking at an opportunity to potentially stock some fish in a different stream. We're just looking at the options right now.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions from board members for Gino? I know we're going to be hearing from your staff and you a bit more during the meeting, so thank you. And we're going to go for a 10-minute break at this time, so we'll come back in 10 minutes. Thank you. And we'll proceed with the next report, if it's ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our next report from the Division of Wildlife Conservation will be the Region 4 Research Overview, and that'll be presented by Dr. Jeff Stetz. He's currently located over in our Palmer office and will be doing it remotely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Just to check, can everyone hear me okay and see my presentation?
We can hear you, but we're not seeing your presentation at this time. Your presentation is up now in the room. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to present an overview of the research going on in Region 4. A lot of this may seem familiar to folks, having listened to the previous board meeting in Dillingham in 2018. A lot of the projects I'll be discussing were just getting started or being developed at that time. I can say there's been a lot of progress made since that time. And I apologize for having to clear my throat. I'm still recovering from COVID, I'm afraid. Gina already touched on this, but our research team has been growing a little bit and has been rather dynamic. I won't introduce everybody because he covered this for the most part. However, I did want to reiterate the challenges we've had with retaining staff, largely due to retirements, I'm happy to say. However, Dr. Kristen Denreiter, this is the third wildlife physiologist we've had in this position since I came on board with the division about 3 years ago. Since I've been here, we've had 6 professional staff recruited and brought on board, which has both affected our productivity, I would say, as well as just being a large investment. The process is really smooth and takes a big investment on behalf of administrative staff and professional staff who does the recruitment itself. I also want to reiterate that we have a couple of outstanding volunteers, including Doctors Bill Collins, Don Spellinger, as well as Gary Gearhart, who's been increasingly helpful with our work, and our 2 graduate students that Gina mentioned, Luke McDonald, working on a moose vehicle collision study, and Amanda Welke, working on some stable isotope dietary analysis for bears in Unit 13. And I'll touch more on both of those as I go. Across the region, we have a large number of research projects going on. Some of these overlap, so if there seems to be ambiguity about their location, that may be why. We have at least 3 different moose projects going on between Unit 17, 13, and 14 generally. 2 caribou projects, both on the Mulchatna herd for caribou calf survival and overall herd health. We have a wolf project also in Unit 17, and then 2 grizzly bear projects in Unit 13 that are directly related, but are independent to some extent. I'm not going to touch on these 2 very much, wolves a little bit more, but as Nick Dema and Renee Sattler will be covering the Mulchatna research in great depth later on, I'm going to defer to them for those details. Starting with some moose research, and down here in the corner for folks who may not be familiar with the geography, whether it's place names or unit names, I tried to put just a general reference where the studies are occurring. Excuse me. First study is Cassie Colson has been leading this work since about 2017, when it was identified by the former area biologist in Dillingham that there were some concerns with the moose population, particularly with low calf recruitment. So looking at possible causes of decline to try and improve the management of this population, looking at things like the reproductive and nutritional status of the population, looking at survival, age-specific survival and reproductive status, and then also looking at the spatial and temporal patterns related to mortality, particularly with calves, as this appears to be what may be driving the decline in the population, and specifically looking at how predation may relate to this or may be driving this. Since initiating field work, Cassie has collared and monitored 59 cows and 83 calves of those cows through 2019. As with a number of our studies, COVID definitely threw some wrenches into the work, made it difficult to access remote areas, in particular, whether for transportation or being in communities. She's documented very strong fecundity, very high twinning rates as well, and very high nutritional plane of animals in that population across all ages. This suggests very strong nutrition, that habitat's not a limiting factor. Calf survival, however, has been low and variable, ranging from 3% to 27%, which again is probably the smoking gun here in terms of what's happening to the population at large. Last year, she expanded this work to collar calves, neonates, to have a better idea what cause-specific mortality was. Of the 49 collars deployed, cause-specific mortality was determined for 23 of these, and all were assigned to either black or grizzly bears, brown bears. No results came back positive for any kind of disease concerns. Initial modeling of the data suggested about a 3% annual decline in this population, and that is consistent with other data for this area, other surveys. In addition to this work, Cassie's busy working with some of our collaborators to have a better understanding of the trade-offs that maternal females make during calf rearing, and if that could somehow inform management actions if, for example, any kind of intensive management program were initiated for this population. Sticking with moose, but moving across to Unit 13, Gino mentioned a fair bit about the Alpid Hills burn, proposed burn in Unit 13. This project was initiated about the same time as Cassie's, trying to look at the potential effects of fire on both on the moose population directly, as well as on the available browse and the quality of that browse between burn and burn areas, and then specifically looking at burn severity as well. So we've been trying to look at nutritional indices such as twinning rates, deployed a large number of collars at the beginning of the study, trying to use those data to look at these various objectives, looking at habitat selection in relation to burn and burn areas, response of moose to the burn were it to happen, looking at differences in density potentially, although has been noted before that these areas are a little bit small perhaps to affect a population level response, but we can still get indices and inferences from how moose respond, as well as more indirect measures about the forage quality itself. But overall, this is to look at the potential for using prescribed fire as a habitat enhancement tool for moose in Unit 13. Kristen Denreiter has taken over the study. She's now the fourth PI effectively on this, but has definitely hit the ground running and started developing additional objectives with our collaborators on this. But the focus so far has been to look at the GPS data obtained from those collared GPS collared bulls and cows deployed 3 years ago or so, analyzing samples collected across multiple seasons for browse quality and quantity. Unfortunately, the fire has been postponed, as most folks are aware, and as Gino alluded, it's not an exact science between getting the permitting handled, which has been a large undertaking itself, but then having conditions, of course. But the proposed fire it could be in the order of 50,000 acres, which is a little bit larger than the fires that occurred in 2003 and 2004 in this area, and could happen this summer between mid-June and end of September. The other project that Kristen has inherited essentially is overseeing the nutritional lab, the Ungulate Nutrition Laboratory at the Matanuska Experiment Farm on the UAF campus in Wasilla. Here is trying to refine and promote the use of cutting-edge methods to assess the quality of browse across a variety of species. So far, the emphasis has largely been on moose across a number of populations throughout the state. This is a regional facility, but it really is for a statewide service, and continue to build those partnerships within and beyond the state. Also looking at potential for some habitat assessment work for the Nelchina in particular, but the methods we develop are going to be applicable across any number of ranges. Most of the analyses to date or samples that have been collected to date have been analyzed. Dr. Spallinger initiated an investigation into using these new DNA metabarcoding techniques, which are very labor intensive, very data intensive, and to date this has been a bit more problematic than expected. So we've not been able to make any comprehensive evaluation or comparison across available methods, but that remains a high priority for the facility, again, to help inform managers and other research biologists on how how the tools we have may help them answer their questions about moose and caribou management. Switching topics, but staying in the same general area, one of Nick Dema's at least 3 projects currently is to provide another data point in the Unit 13 grizzly bear population monitoring program. The primary objectives are to estimate abundance and density of bears in a similar study area to what's been used in the past, both with the work in the late 90s by Ward Testa and others, and then more recently by Chris Brockman and others that culminated in the publication 3 years ago now, I believe, looking at the same population and attempting to use the same methods to assess how management of this population has affected demographic rates, particularly density. The previous research that I mentioned suggested a decline of about 40% in abundance between the period of 1980 to 2011. This reflects about a 4% per year decline. Now, this is independent age bears. At this rate, we would expect, assuming there's no density dependent response, that the population is responding somehow to a decreased density, that a 50% reduction relative to 1998 estimates would have been achieved by 2017. But that's based again on some pretty broad speculation about conditions not changing that population. So Nick has taken this up. The current plan is to build on the data he's been collecting since 2019. He just started deploying GPS collars on bears in this population. The magenta grid here is the previous study area. This is where Nick will be focusing as well, and conducting a mark site survey that is planned for a few months from now, in May of this year, following 2 more capture events. In addition to the data on that allows us to estimate density, we've been looking at survival rates, cause-specific mortality of bears, and then using these data to look at things like diet selection, space use, and so on. And that's largely where our graduate student, Amanda Zwolke, comes in. She's looking at both elaborate movement modeling to look at different behavioral states, how behaviors change seasonally, and perhaps in relation to available resources in the population. And then also looking at stable isotopes, which can provide quantifiable inference into the diet composition of animals that can either look at season-long or annual patterns, or break into finer resolution, temporal resolution, to see how bears are exploiting resources across the different seasons related to their life history and what's available. Amanda's planning to defend this spring, or I'll say summer to be more confident. She's already been productive in providing posters and some other products that I'll touch on a little bit later as well, but has been a very valuable addition to our team, if only temporary. Coming back to moose, Gina mentioned a fair bit about moose vehicle collisions and what an important topic it is in this area. Luke McDonald, as Gina mentioned, did his master's project, his master's thesis on the same population using many of the same data, working with Terry Mesmer, Utah State. When I came on, we decided to expand this work in no small part because it's essentially free to the state, thanks to Utah State providing most of the federal match. But this was to take a closer look at any of the landscape features or road conditions and so on that may affect, or at least be correlated with moose vehicle collisions, trying to identify any corridors that could inform mitigation measures. The biggest addition to this work is looking at the human dimensions side of MVCs. Unfortunately, this was also affected by COVID. We weren't able to complete some of the in-person work we wanted to do, but we were able to do online surveys and get a pretty good sample of those attitudes across the Mat-Su and beyond about MVCs, and things like who the public feel are responsible for trying to mitigate the effects of MVCs, reduce numbers, and so on, and potentially what people would be willing to support. As most mitigation measures are extremely expensive, overpasses can range in excess of $5 million, and that's in areas where you can identify kind of linear travel paths that we don't have a lot of in this area. Nonetheless, I think this will be a very important addition to our understanding about MVCs, particularly from the social aspect, which has been noted as being important and lacking to date. Luke also expects to defend later on this spring. He He's been very active in providing information for outreach materials. I think perhaps maybe the most important outcome of the work is just to help the public understand what an issue this is, keep it on the radar, because behavior really is what drives this issue. He is going to continue and expand on movement modeling and trying to identify these hot spots, for example, where he could potentially increase signage to remind folks, maybe dynamic signage, just to try and reduce those collisions where they're most prevalent. Our biometrician, Megan Okuma, has been involved with nearly everything we do. We're very fortunate to have a biometrician on staff in our office who has very broad interests and a broad skill set. This is just a sample of what she's been involved with, working on everything from calf survival for Milchatna and Unit 17 moose. Her expertise, I would say, is developing these integrated population models, which take information from disparate sources or data streams and integrates them together and allows us to have more precise and accurate estimates of parameters of interest like population growth rates, while also providing some insights into the parameters we haven't been very successful in estimating, perhaps. So this is a very active and exciting area for caribou and other species. Another thing she's been very helpful with recently, and something I hope to see much more of in the future, is using existing data to help refine study design. This is just an example of how we can look at survey effort given different conditions and how it affects both the precision and accuracy of parameter estimates. So potentially this could save us a great deal of money and time by kind of helping us refine study design instead of just going in what's in the literature or having to essentially make too many assumptions in that design. So I was just going to touch on Nick's Wolf Project Unit 17, because he'll be discussing this a little bit more, and I'm sure there'll be lots of questions to follow as well. Primary objectives related to the intensive management program for wolf and Milchatna area for caribou, primarily to look at the abundance, annual patterns within the wolf population, survival, dispersal, and so on. He was able to deploy 28 collars over that 4-year period within and adjacent to the wolf control area, but has had a very high collar loss, in part due to successful harvest of those animals, but also has had very poor capture conditions. This has been a recurring challenge. Working remotely, even trying to maintain awareness of what the conditions are has been a challenge. So in addition to the primary objectives, trying to extract what we can from the data, Nick's been asking new questions such as variation in movement, looking at diet, again, working with Jeff Welker at the University of Alaska in Anchorage, other vital rate information about age of first reproduction, pack space use, den site selection, and so on, that can be informative and may actually play important roles in developing future research. But again, maintaining that collard sample has been very difficult, which has led us to consider new methods. Touch on here. This is one of our up and coming projects, again, recognizing the need for new techniques, not just in Unit 17, but beyond, especially as winter conditions upon which these methods, the existing methods, are heavily reliant, trying to find methods that are less reliant on either weather conditions or actual survey conditions. So we're developing, between Cassie Colson, myself, and Tim Peltier, how to apply these newer genetic sampling techniques with market capture modeling to get at the same kind of information we've been looking at, overall abundance of wolves, pack dynamics. And with these new methods, we can actually potentially look at things like space use. But then this will be essentially a pilot study beginning this year to assess and do a direct empirical comparison between more traditional methods, following collaring efforts, and these newer methods of market capture modeling. And again, this could be helpful across the region or even across the state if we find that these methods are reliable and have the potential to be more affordable and a more rapid turnaround if we have high enough detection rates, which time will tell. The nutrition laboratory, as I mentioned, this is a very high priority for the region, but is also a state resource. The goal really is to build upon the work of Dr. Collins and Spallinger and others to develop a state-of-the-art nutrition lab. We are able to do things that essentially no other facility does. And this is, I think, gaining awareness within the community that looking at nutrition has been not a large enough component of much research, in part because the methods just didn't exist. And that's something we're trying to fill the gap in. Also, we have the ability to raise captive animals. We currently have both caribou and moose, and that is rapidly changing with Kristen's expertise in raising caribou calves and using them for foraging trials in particular. It allows us to look at what the animals choose and how they do so. And it's around the historical use of broad-scale landscape categorization in terms of just cover types and so on that is more of a human perspective than the animal perspective. So the goal is here again to develop essentially foodscapes, look at large-scale range assessments, trying to integrate this information into carrying capacity modeling. That's a kind of the holy grail would be to have a reliable estimate of what a given area can support. We do plan to obtain additional calves, both moose and caribou this year, to facilitate this research in future years. Another important part of as the studies are developed is looking at longitudinal studies. Another real challenge with wildlife has been to rely heavily on point estimates and very short-term studies, whereas longitudinal studies give us a chance to capture more of the variability in these very complex systems, to have a better and stronger inference on what are actually driving these population dynamics over time. We're also very active, I'll hit on this again in a couple places, on developing collaborations with others in the region who either have expertise in particular methods. ACCS is the Alaska Center for Conservation Science. They're arguably the experts around here for both vegetation mapping and movement modeling based on wildlife GPS data. And AITRC is a Intertribal Resources Commission, and they are a phenomenal partner to the research program here. And we've been building on this program, both for looking at moose and caribou habitat quality in Unit 13, as well as bear research that I'll touch on here in a few minutes. So hopefully, again, this is laying the groundwork for finally having some reliable estimates of ecological carrying capacity for these large ungulate populations across the region and beyond. Moving into the other facet of the bear research in Unit 13 that Nick and I have been working on with others is to employ genetic sampling methods with spatial marker capture modeling to look at population density within Unit 13. So this overlaps closely with Nick's plan for doing a mark recite model, but this opportunity to build on the sampling that's been going on in this area for a few years is very unique, I would argue, and I don't use that word lightly. The chance to do an empirical comparison of two independent data streams to assess the power of each is very desirable in wildlife research. So I'm very excited that we have a chance to do this. And also these models do give some insights into space use, potentially resource selection. So we'll have the chance to compare data from Nick's GPS data along with stable isotope analysis of the diet itself with what these models can tell us from the marker capture and see how well our inferences would align or otherwise, which again could be very useful for developing longer term monitoring programs that apply the better, faster, cheaper philosophy. In recent years, we have been doing some pilot work in the area between OTNAG Incorporated and AITRC and the Alaska Cooperative Fish and Wildlife Research Unit at the University of Alaska Fairbanks with Dr. Sean Crimmins. We've set just shy of 300 hair traps, which I know I didn't define what those are, but they're just ways of obtaining hair samples for subsequent genetic analysis, from which their detection histories are developed that are then modeled to look at things like density and population growth rates. Been pretty successful, getting roughly 600 samples each year. We're also collecting samples from any bears handled through research or any other method, harvest or otherwise, that come through our office so that we can have another direct look at harvest rates and how well we're able to estimate those. This year will be a much larger effort. We're working with other partners in the BLM, National Park Service, again with the Cooperative Fish and Wildlife Research Unit and AITRC. And again, the exciting part is that this will be in conjunction, or at least the same timing as Nick's mark recite analysis. So we'll have that direct comparison, which is very, very unique and could kind of change the landscape for this type of research, which has built or has grown tremendously in the last 30 years. As I mentioned, we've been very active in building collaborative projects and building on existing projects. One that's nearing the end is looking at the genetic relationship of caribou herds in the Alaska-Yukon border region. I'm actually working on revisions for this right now. Looking at Unit 17 diet with Jeff Walker. Also looking at the genetic structure and population dynamics of the Mulchatna caribou herd. This is with Janet Willoughby at Auburn University. And then we are active with a number of very large data repositories, including the Above Project and MoveBank, that are gaining a lot of use globally. Just a glimpse of some of the projects or products we've had. This is not just the research team. This is region-wide, essentially. We have published in about 6 different outlets, 7 different outlets in the last few years, looking at everything from moose-beagle collisions to black bear attacks to genetic structure of moose populations, and of course the diversity or the density work and population growth rate work of Chris Brockman and others that came out a couple years ago. Graduate students have also been productive, and are hoping to see a half dozen or so publications come from them within the next year, as well as I would say another 8 to 10 coming from the research team in the next 2 years or so, as the projects that we've been discussing get wrapped up and we're able to move into analysis and writing mode. We're also, I'm proud to say, very active in professional development, outreach, and education efforts. I don't need to read through all of these, but we do work in everything from public media, the popular media working with developing formal education efforts with our education specialists, reviewing and working for multiple journals to contribute to the scientific process. We're mentoring multiple graduate students. Several of us are very active with the Alaska chapter of the Wildlife Society. Kristen, in fact, is the head of the Nutritional Ecology Working Group with the Wildlife Society and basically led to its development. That's a very exciting opportunity there to bring in a number of experts to discuss these methods and make sure we're applying them the best way possible. We also are represented on the WAFWA's Movement Migration Working Group, working with standard operating procedures for essentially for drones. This has been Cassie's projects on the side as well. And then of course being very active in training, whether it's NICDEMA training up and comers with wildlife handling and mobilization techniques, working in advanced modeling methods, writing support, and so on. That's both a region and statewide support. So at this point, that is my update, the region-wide research program. I understand that Nick and Renee will be covering Mulchatna in much more detail shortly.
Thank you. Are there any questions from board members? Go ahead, Mr. Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jeff, besides the obvious of burned and unburned areas, how do you define, an area that's been burned or has not been burned? I can go into certain parts of the state and I can see where there was a fire, 75 years ago, and the forest probably doesn't look any different than it did 75 years ago. So is that considered a burned area or an unburned area?
Through the chair, that's a great question. There are measures of burn severity, such as the normalized burn severity indice, that we can use remotely sensed data, satellite data, essentially, to have an idea of how severe a burn was. That can be informed if we're monitoring a burn at the time by the actual heat production, or it can be done post-fire. Again, with the remotely sensed data, looking at photosynthetic productivity is one measure. That's a standard satellite product that can show the relative difference in plant health, essentially, and productivity. So there are recognized ways to both age burns and to assess their change since the burn.
Thank you.
Other questions from board members?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Orville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just, great report. I just had a couple questions. I want to know what the observed grizzly bear health was in Unit 13, and what was the observed grizzly bear size relative to to past measurements. Because what I want to know is is this population under stress? The grizzly bear population in Kaikuka and middle Yukon River, they're really under stress from lack of fish now. And so their size has decreased and their overall health has decreased. Thank you.
Through the chair, we're not looking at individual animal health per se. I think you're also more curious potentially in population health, and that's in large part what the study is looking at, is seeing how the harvest rate has affected density within the population. Harvest rates have remained very high. Looking at 2020, for example, there were 140, grizzlies removed from all of Unit 13, about 41% being female. At the rate of decline that we predict this population is currently seeing, that would equate to about a 25% harvest rate. I don't think anyone expects that to be accurate, but as the abundance in the population declines, if harvest stays the same, then harvest rate obviously is increasing. But the work that we're doing currently is going to give a much better insight into the change in the last, I guess it's been 13 years or so since the previous density estimate pertained. It was through 2011, so I guess it'd be 11 years. So, but at this point, there's no strong indication of a change of the population in terms of skull morphology, age of the population, so on, has not been of primary concern. It has been suggested in other populations that up to 16% harvest rate is sustainable in areas that are rather productive. One limit of the methods we use is we can't get much of an idea of immigration rates, so we don't know what may be driving population growth or stability. But the new methods we're looking at will provide more insights into that as well.
Follow up?
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. I understand the data you presented is fine. I don't have any problem with that. What I'm looking for is like, do you have any traditional knowledge in that area of problems people are encountering with bears that they haven't seen in the past? Like in our case on the Kaikuka and Middle Yukon River, these bears are coming right into our smokehouse now, and they're picking out the meat with only fat on it. To me, that's a population under stress. I don't know if you guys talk to local hunters or people that live out there. I guess that's my question, and that'd be a final one. Thank you.
Through the chair, I would definitely defer to Heidi Hatcher for details about what locals are seeing in terms of animal health, behavior, changes in patterns, that kind of thing. As we complete the analysis of the market site data and the market capture data, we will most certainly incorporate any information we can to put those results into better context. We very much value the input of locals. At this point, though, it's not part of the design of the study, it's part of the data collection, but most certainly will be prior to releasing the results.
Stosh, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Jeff. Appreciate that report or the update. Just a couple quick questions here. First one is on the wolf collar programs. Is the department treating captured wolves for lice or tapeworms or anything else after they collar them?
I'll defer to Nick on the history of the entire wolf capture program. I don't believe so. I don't think that's been an issue in Unit 17. We have not initiated the captures at Unit 16, so I'm not sure what Tim has in mind for that. If anything is observed, of course, the protocols will be changed accordingly, but I don't believe it's been a concern in the Unit 17 study to date.
Okay, thank you. Second question is for the Moose Collision Project. Is the study also include railroad fatalities as well, or is it just vehicles, cars on the highway?
Through the chair, at this point, it's focusing on the vehicle collisions. That's something we likely have more control over. I know Gino has reported in the past that there are mitigation measures in place with the railroad under extreme conditions of snow. Because I think the expectation is 30 to 40 moose are killed by the railroad every year. But those heavy snow years can be in excess of 100. But we have arguably much less say in what happens, much less control, other than trying to clear the right of way so that moose aren't trapped in those snow tunnels that can be pretty serious concerns for both roadways and railways. But no, the bottom line is at this point, it's focusing on just vehicle collisions, private vehicles.
Thank you, Jeff.
Ryan, did you have a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, sir. We have Heidi Hatcher, our area biologist out of Glen Allen, available to respond to Member or Huntington's question. Go ahead, Heidi. Or maybe not.
Well, she might be on mute or something, but if we get to her.
Well, Mr. Chairman, we'll try back. My apologies.
Thank you. I have one follow-up question for Jeff on the Unit 13 bears. Your study is designed to last until 6/30/2023. So when will results be available for the board? We don't visit this area again until 2025, I believe. So when will results be available?
Yes, thank you. It's going to be staggered. The different analyses require different amounts of time. The genetic sampling is going to require an additional year or so to get the samples analyzed. I think preliminary results from the Mark Reese site survey that Nick will be leading this May, at least preliminary results will be available quite soon. Those data will be dropped directly into a model. As far as peer review and publication, that's a bit out of our control. I would hope within a year that'll be peer reviewed. It's been the process, again, COVID has really affected the publication process and slowed things down, but preliminary data should be available, I think, by the end of the summer, perhaps, for that parameter. The dietary analyses and so on will be ongoing. Any kind of movement or behavioral analyses will take a little bit longer than just the density estimate itself.
Thank you. Any other questions for Jeff? If not, we can move on to the next report. Commissioner.
I just want to say how impressive that amount of research and management that's going on in this region is across the state. We really are doing some amazing stuff up here to inform your decisions. Thank you, staff.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we can go ahead and go to the next report.
So the next report will be by our subsistence program.
Right.
And research overview by Robin Dublin.
Good morning, everyone. One second. Is it good? Chairman Burnett, members of the board, staff, and our public guests, for the record, my name is Robin Dublin. I am the Southern Region Program Manager for the Division of Subsistence. Thank you for the opportunity to present an overview of state subsistence and our research. Some of what I'm covering today is for the benefit of the public who may not understand the role of the Division of Subsistence in Board of Game deliberations. Sorry, working two computers here. Unlike the Division of Wildlife Conservation that manages the state under 5 regions, the Division of Subsistence divides the state into 2, a northern and a southern region, and also has a statewide program that includes administrative staff, information management, publications, and the statewide Migratory Birds Program. Statewide migratory bird staff work with the Alaska Migratory Bird Co-Management Council. Our division our division staff conducts research across the state and provides data and analysis to the Alaska Board of Game, the Alaska Board of Fisheries, and Alaska's joint boards. We also provide information to the Federal Subsistence Board, Northern Pacific Fisheries Council, the International Pacific Halibut Commission, among others. The division engages with advisory committees and regional advisory councils and welcomes subsistence-related questions and research ideas from the public. In addition to regulation, subsistence research is used by agency staff, partnering organizations, and the public when reviewing draft environmental impact studies, other proposed development activities, and/or permit applications. The Southern region is currently staffed with those you see here and is supported by the statewide program. We have a position open for recruitment currently for those who are online and may be interested in that position. We will fill that vacancy to support our upcoming field season. The bulk of our field work is typically conducted during these winter and early spring months. Bronwyn Jones in the upper right corner is our Southwest lead and will present virtually on customary and traditional use information on proposals 22 and 26. Jackie Keating in the top row center is our South Central lead, working with the Copper Basin in addition to the rest of South Central. For this meeting, in addition to Lisa Olson and myself, Caroline Brown, the division's research director, is attending in person in the latter part of the meeting, and our lead analyst, Dave Koster, will be available to address questions as needed when the board discusses the community subsistence hunt. Lastly, Jim Fall, who recently retired from subsistence, generously volunteers his time to support subsistence and mentor staff. The Division of Subsistence advises the Board of Game on questions of customary and traditional use, referred to as C&T, and the amount reasonably necessary for subsistence, or ANS. The board uses 8 criteria to determine if there are subsistence uses of a game population. Later in this meeting's deliberations, Bronwyn Jones will provide a review of these 8 criteria in detail and present customary and traditional use information on Proposal 22 for the Nushagak Peninsula caribou herd in Unit 17A and C, and on Proposal 26 for the Unimak caribou herd in Unit 10 on Unimak Island. The 8 criteria can be found in 5 AAC 99.010, and I'll introduce them here. They include length and customary and consistency of use, seasonality, methods and means of harvest, geographic areas, means of handling, preparing, preserving, and storing, intergenerational transmission of knowledge, skills, values, and lore, distribution and exchange, and diversity of resources in an area, including economic, cultural, social, and nutritional elements. I wanted to take a moment to present a brief overview of the amounts reasonably necessary for subsistence, because while there are no proposals to determine a new or review an existing ANS at this meeting, ANS is referred to throughout the proceedings and supporting documents. Subsistence statute requires the board to determine the amount necessary to determine the amount of a harvestable portion of a fish and game stock that is reasonably necessary for subsistence uses. It can be helpful to clarify what ANS determinations do and don't do. First, ANS determinations are not an indicator of subsistence need. They are not a harvest cap or quota, and they are not used as an in-season management tool. Finally, unlike customary and traditional use findings in the federal subsistence program, both C&T and ANS findings in the state system are not made for specific communities, but rather for game populations. ANS is a guideline for the board to use to evaluate whether reasonable opportunity for subsistence is being provided under existing regulations. ANS findings also assist the board in allocating among subsistence and non-subsistence uses. ANS amounts are usually adopted as a range of numbers and are based on upon both historic harvest levels and the number of Alaskans engaged in the subsistence opportunity. Fish and Game provides data and assists the board by providing options for ANS amounts, but the department is neutral on the outcome of the board's ANS deliberations. Public input is an important part of all board deliberations and adoption of subsistence regulations, including ANS. Because subsistence regulations do not apply within non-subsistence areas, C&T and ANS only apply to subsistence harvests outside non-subsistence areas. Because our mission is to investigate and report about human behavior, that is, what is customary and traditional uses and who are subsistence users, the division primarily conducts both quantitative and qualitative social science research rather than biological research. We are the only state entity charged with collecting information on the full subsistence way of life in Alaska. Our research guidelines follow best practices in social science and are informed by the Alaska Confidentiality Statute, principles for the conduct of research in the Arctic from the National Science Foundation Office of Polar Programs, and the Alaska Federation of Natives Guidelines for Research. Key concepts for our work include community collaboration when developing research projects, community approval before conducting research, informed consent to ensure voluntary participation, and anonymity to ensure that information remains confidential, a community review process once data are analyzed, and providing final results to the community when our research is complete. Comprehensive surveys are just that, they're comprehensive. We ask about hunting, fishing, gathering, usually for the most recent calendar year. Questions include how and how much residents harvest, use, and share resources, as well as a mapping element to identify areas where harvests and attempted harvests occur. Because subsistence in Alaska is a cash economy mixed with a subsistence economy, the surveys include questions that collect demographic and economic data. To accomplish this research, we partner with local community organizations and hire and train local residents to assist us. We go door to door, sitting at kitchen tables to complete surveys that can take anywhere from 20 minutes to a few hours to complete, depending on how active a household is in subsistence activities. We also ask about historic and recent environmental changes residents are witnessing and other concerns they may have. An example of other information may be food security or observations relative to climate change. During the analysis process, we estimate the nutritional and economic value of subsistence harvest that subsistence harvests provide. All these data help us provide an accurate picture of a community's resource use and needs and is instructive in looking at subsistence trends and changes over time. The number of households we survey depends on the size of the community. In small communities, we conduct a census striving for 100% of households. We typically get between 80 and 100%. In larger communities, we conduct surveys with a random sample of households. The percentage of households we contact is dependent on the total number of households in that particular community. As mentioned before, our primary field season is January through March, with other research activities occurring throughout the year, including ethnographic research, key respondent interviews, participant observation, spatial data collection, and archival research. COVID has and continues to impact planned research. As mentioned, we rely on community approval and have had to adjust or postpone as needed. We attempted a modified self-administered survey in a community last year And while we were able to get sufficient sample size and data, they were far less robust than the data we gather through our traditional in-home face-to-face surveys. Our research is documented through our technical paper series. I brought one as a show and tell. I used to be a teacher. All are publicly available online and through the ARLIS system. ARLIS, A-R-L-I-S, stands for the Alaska Resource Library and Information Service. It's a remarkable resource. I suggest everybody check it out. It's really quite cool. This brings me to the Community Subsistence Information System, or CSIS. This is a repository of Alaska community harvest information gathered by the Division of Subsistence. Anyone interested in learning more will find this searchable database in our entire library of technical papers and special publications on the Fish and Game website under Subsistence. Most of the subsistence research conducted by the division is supported through external funding in the form of competitive grant proposals. Additionally, we partner with other agencies and organizations. Because of this funding environment, much of our research focuses on fisheries. That said, when seeking funding, we work to conduct comprehensive surveys discussed a moment ago to gather game-related data whenever possible. In this current fiscal year, 47% of the subsistence budget comes to us through the general fund, and the remaining 53% is from other funds. This is a partial list of Southern Region projects underway and planned. For the benefit of those watching online, current comprehensive research in Central and Southwest Alaska include Unalaska, Port Ellsworth, Non-Dalton, Dillingham, the Copper Basin Community Subsistence Hunt, pattern of harvest use, and other proposed projects await notification by funding and are therefore not listed here. Before I close, I want to take a moment to recognize that our work is possible because of the cooperation of communities across Alaska. Their collaboration in our research efforts ensures that we can provide accurate information for this and other regulatory bodies, in addition to decision makers working on proposed development projects that could impact subsistence activities. Additionally, agencies and nonprofit partners provide funding that enables us to conduct research. With that, I'd like to thank Chairman Barnett and the members of the board again for the opportunity to provide this presentation, and I welcome any and all questions.
Questions from the board? Stosh, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Robin, for that report. I'd just like to make a comment about the household surveys. I've been involved in that at least twice with my family, and I just want to note on record that it's always been a very good experience. It's conducted very well, very professional, courteous, and engaging, and it's overall a very good experience. So I hope you guys get back to your face-to-face interview soon.
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, I appreciate that. Our staff are really wonderfully skilled and able to meet with people where they are, and the public has been so generous with this information, and that's, as I said just a moment ago, we couldn't do this without public engagement and support. Thank you.
Any further questions from the board? I have one question for you. You've been doing this for a while. The agency's been doing subsistence research for a fair number of years now. Are you seeing any trends in the numbers or areas where people are engaged in subsistence or have changed their subsistence behavior over the years that are important?
Mr. Chair, to try and give a generalized response to that would be pretty challenging. It really does vary around the state, but we are seeing that communities are, in general, quite stable. When you look at population growth and change over time, rural communities that rely on subsistence tend to be very stable. Depending on impacts of the cash economy, that can change subsistence activities. Environmental change can change that as well. We do have a publication that's been recently updated that I'll provide to everyone I'm drawing a blank on the name of that publication at the moment, but it's a special publication that gives some update on current trends in terms of subsistence. So I'll make sure that that's available.
Thank you, and, go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you. Just one quick question. As far as your surveys, household surveys go, does the subsistence division interview people that have left the area to the urban setting that go back for seasonal activities like fishing or moose hunting? Do they capture their subsistence take or?
Through the chair, that is something that we have looked at from time to time, and it's also, there are times when people come out when we're doing, especially when we're doing participant observation during fishing or hunting activities, where we can get information from folks and do interviews with those sorts of people. And depending on the scope of a particular project, we are able to look at that, but not as much as a focus on a particular community as it exists in that particular year that we're studying that community. Through the chair.
Well, if there's no further questions, again, Jake has a question.
Hey, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thanks for that presentation. It was great. I know you mentioned that you did a lot of in-person information gathering. And kind of in the same way that the Board of Game here has kind of had have a hybrid here where we're trying to deal with the new COVID world. I know you've had some surveys and stuff like that. Have you guys started scratching your head and brainstorming about maybe doing a Zoom type surveys with folks, or telephonic surveys with folks or anything like that?
Through the chair, we've been trying a number of different things these last 2 years. Can't believe it's 2 years. One of the things that we did is we redesigned our survey for one community to try and do a self-administered survey. And that, as I mentioned, didn't give us as robust a data set as we typically get. We've also done follow-up phone surveys, and we've done some survey work by phone. One of the challenges in certain parts of the state is bandwidth and phone connections and all those kinds of things. Some of our surveys are extensive. We're talking about a survey that is sometimes 30 pages long. And so it makes it harder to do it through a different kind of format. We haven't thought about doing it through Zoom. That's something that I'll take back to everybody and we'll scratch our heads on a little bit more. And one of the things that we've been able to do is modify and push our schedule so that we can still try and get to see people in their own homes. And we've also looked at having people meet us in a public venue so that we're not coming into their home. So we're trying different things to see what we can work out. I will say that nothing replaces that time sitting, at the table with Stosh and his family and talking about what they harvest and where and how. The quality of what we get is really very different when we do it that way. So we'll figure it out as we go. Thank you. Through the chair.
Thank you again, Lisa. And I think that concludes your report. Very much. I think our next report is on the Mulchatna caribou herd status, right? Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, sir, we'll be providing an update on the Mulchatna caribou herd and research efforts associated with the herd. The presenters will be Nick Dimma and Renee Statler, and they are going to be presenting out of the Palmer office. And I believe, we've been communicating, I believe they are ready to go. Annie, are we? So Renee and Nick, if you're ready. Go ahead, Nick.
Nick, it looks like you're muted.
Yeah, okay. It keeps kind of muting me back, but how's that sound now?
Coming through loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you, Ryan, and thank you to the chair and members of the board. I am Nick Dema, and I'm here with Renee Sattler. She's sitting next to me. We're going to be sharing a headset today, and so I'll present the first part of our presentation, and then Renee will follow up. We're here today. We are both research biologists here in Region 4, and we're here today to present some information on some caribou research we've been doing in the Mulchatna herd. For members of the board, a copy of our presentation can be found at RC4 tab 1.4. Okay, I'm going to start with a quick orientation on the Mulchatna herd. Mulchatna herd is one of over 30 recognized caribou herds in Alaska. Its historical range encompassed over 60,000 square miles in southwest Alaska. Its largest annual ranges occurred during the population peak in the late 1990s. And the herd range comprises a diverse array of habitat types. This map shows general seasonal ranges during the previous year. These seasonal ranges are indicated by the shaded areas, with the black line being the annual range extent when the herd was at its peak population size in the late 1990s. As you can see, the herd's annual range has contracted during the last 20 years as the herd has declined in numbers. As the annual range has decreased, seasonal range fidelity patterns have diverged for caribou that winter in Unit 17 and 9 versus those that winter in Unit 18. Seasonal ranges of caribou that primarily inhabit Unit 17 and 9 are shown by the gray shaded areas and refer to these as East Caribou or the Eastern segment. And the seasonal ranges of those that primarily inhabit Unit 18 are shown by the blue shaded areas, and we refer to these as West Caribou or the West segment. Subsequently, since the mid-2000s, S&I surveys and collar deployments have focused on sampling and monitoring both East and West herd segments. S&I data are collected regularly by managers to evaluate the status and trend of populations. For Mulchatna, the abundance peaked at about 200,000 animals around 1996, followed by a decade of precipitous decline. Modeling at the time suggested an older age structure with reduced productivity and increased calf mortality were important factors in the decline. During the last 3 years, the herd, the herd appears to have stabilized at about 13,000 animals. Fall bull and cow and calf cow ratios indicate a slight increase over the last decade, but nothing really significant. Parturition rates are variable, but they showed a marked improvement in 2021 relative to the previous 5 years. We calculated annual Kaplan-Meier survival rates of 460 radio-collared female Mulchatna caribou during 1991 to 2020. This first chart shows adult survival, and the 80% line there is for a reference, as adult survival rates lower than 80% have been associated with observed declines in abundance in other Alaska caribou herds. Adult survival was consistently low during 2005 to 2008, and again in 2016 and 2017. One note, because the majority of these animals were collared as short yearlings, which are in Mulchatna, it's about 10 and a half months old. And the fact that those collars, that they typically fail within 7 to 8 years of deployment. So our sample likely underrepresents the oldest age classes in this herd. And so these survival rates might be biased high to some extent. This chart here is subadult survival. And so these animals are between 11 to 47 months of age. And this shows 7 years of relatively low survival during 2000 to 2006. We also calculated Kaplan-Meier survival rates of 725 radio-collared newborn calves to fall. Survival of caribou calves is typically lower than adults, and as in most mammalian species, young of the year normally have the lowest survival of any age class. The 50% line is another reference as a review of 68 neonate survival studies of ungulates found calf survival averaged about 47% in ecosystems that had predation. Calf survival was generally higher during 2011 to 2014 versus 2017 to 2021, and it was lowest during the 2017 and 2018. In addition to patterns within age classes, we see a reduction in survival across all age classes around 2017, and that coincides with the most recent population decline. Looking at survival rates for these same age classes, but differentiated by herd segment, shows some marked differences between East and West caribou over the last decade. For East caribou, annual survival rates have been variable and marked by a couple periods of relatively low survival. West caribou survival has generally been less variable, but adults went through a period of low survival during 2017 to 2019. But just the main point here on this slide is that based on our survival information, there are notably different population dynamics between East and West caribou during this period. Resultant data from monitoring pregnancy rates of known age females show variability in those rates. Over the 20-year data set, pregnancy rates averaged 82% and ranged from 73 to 95%. The average for the last 5 years is 75%. From these data, pregnancy rates do not look problematic. However, we can look at it in a little bit different way. So here we are looking at the probability of surviving to reproductive age by the year female caribou were born, with the reference line placed at 50%. So for example, in 1999, only 11 of the collared 10-month-old females made it to reproductive age, and that's 35% of the collared sample for that year. So for females born during 1999 to 2005, there's a sustained low probability of reaching breeding age. We also see a notably low probability of reaching reproductive age for the 2012 cohort. The consequences of this was likely a reduction in the quantity and quality of the breeding population. This would have a cumulative effect into subsequent years far beyond the 7-year period. Because the Mulchatna Herd S&I program monitors known age females, we can also look at this data in yet another way. So this chart shows age-specific pregnancy rates for 2, 3, and 4-year-old and older cows. And we combine the 4-year-olds with the older age classes because at that age, their pregnancy rates begin to be more consistent with the older age classes. So here you can see that adult pregnancy rates are relatively consistent compared to the 2 and 3-year-olds whose natality rates are typically more affected by nutritional constraints than adults. In the Mulchatna, after 2009, you can see the pregnancy rates in 3-year-olds markedly changed and began to mirror that of adults. Also, 2-year-olds began getting pregnant as they were just about a year and a half old. These are indications of improved body condition for these younger age classes, likely a result of improving nutrition. The low pregnancy rates in subadults prior to 2009 aligns with concurrent declines in herd abundance and low survival in these age classes, all of which are potential signals of lingering effects of density-dependent nutritional limitations. Now we'll look at a little more in depth at just the calves. So during 2011 to 2021, we radio collared over 700 newborn calves and monitored them up to 1 year of age. Here we are summarizing cause of death for 244 calves that died during their first 2 weeks of life. So this is the neonatal period. And like I said, it's just the first couple weeks of life. So this pie chart shows the fate of those calves. And so at each mortality site, we determined proximate cause of death, and most mortalities were investigated within 24 hours of occurrence. Predation was responsible for 89% of those early deaths, and bears were responsible for the majority of early calf mortality, and most of that bear predation was from brown bears. Non-predation mortalities provide insight on underlying factors that can reduce calf survival and that may predispose calves to predation. Other causes of death determined in this study include diseases such as pneumonia, accidents like drowning, and congenital defects such as underdeveloped or malformed organs, starvation and or abandonment, which can be a result of poor maternal health, trauma from complications during the birthing process, and also brucellosis is known to occur in this herd, and infected mothers may produce weak calves that have lower survival probability. We have sparse information on cause of death after the neonatal period because of a reduced rate of monitoring flights and mortality site investigations after the May calving period. Post that calving period, calf collars are typically retrieved in October and the following May, but at those times, most mortality sites contain really little useful evidence to determine cause of death. But the number of those collars that are recovered having blood residue indicates predation on calves occurs throughout their first year of life. But one thing to remember on this is that the predator species and cause of death proportions shown here reflect just the early neonatal period only. And I would caution against assuming that this pattern continues after that period throughout the rest of the calf's first year. And just as a simple example of that is bears are denning up, for about 6 months of the year. So caribou don't have to worry about bear predation in the wintertime generally. These charts show fate and percent mortality of radio-collared calves dying within 2 weeks of birth in the primary calving areas for the east and west herd segments. Each stacked bar in these charts represent the relative proportion of deaths attributed to the fates listed on the bottom of the slide. And the height of each bar represents the percent of radio-collared calves that died during their first 2 weeks of life each year. So, for example, in the east calving area in 2012, bears were the leading cause of death for neonates, followed by non-predation related deaths, and the smallest proportions were attributed to wolves and unknown predators that year. And the early mortality rate of radio-collared calves born that year was 52%. For both calving areas, bears were leading predator most years. Mortality rates between both calving areas differed the most during the early period of the study and have shown, kind of a less of a difference between each other in recent years. But I want to stress that this basic cause of death and mortality rate information is of little use for determining the overall effect of predation or of a specific predator species on the prey population. So concurrent with the beginning of the calf study, a wolf control program was initiated in response to concerns with low fall calf-cow ratios and continued declining caribou abundance. Now, this map is pretty busy, has a lot of stuff on it, but I'll first point out location of primary calving areas, which are approximated by newborn calf capture locations, which are the colored dots on this map. Beginning in 2011, we documented the calving grounds and conducted calf captures to estimate calf survival rates. Calf capture locations are shaded light to dark to show calving areas from the early to the later years of this study, respectively. The cluster of points in the southwest portion of the map represents the primary calving area for west caribou. Those in the northeast comprise the primary calving area for east caribou. Mulchatna herd calving areas have been somewhat fluid through time and space during the calf study, and this pattern of shifting calving areas has been observed in this herd well prior to this study. Now let's focus on the wolf control program. The goal of the program is to enhance recovery of the Mulchatna herd to a level that will sustain human harvest within Board of Game objectives. The objective is to reduce wolf numbers in areas that encompass or are adjacent to important calving areas. The wolf control program was initiated in the Kemuk wolf control area, which is that dashed black line in Reg Year 2011. In Reg Year 2017, the wolf control area was increased substantially to that area that's encompassed by the red line. In an attempt to evaluate the effects of wolf removal on Mulchatna calf survival and abundance, We determined the number of wolves harvested under both SDA methods, which is the wolf control methods, and general hunting and trapping regulations in and adjacent to the current wolf control area during 2010 to 2021. So the black polygons are the uniform coding units, which every harvest is kind of attributed to an area. And so those are the areas where we pulled the wolf harvest data from. This chart shows the number of wolves removed across our designated UCU area during the period of wolf control. We expected previous winter's wolf harvest to affect subsequent years' caribou metrics. So for each reg year on the x-axis, the bar is the wolf harvest and the green line is the subsequent year's fall calf-cow ratio. And the numbers referring to both of those are indicated on the left y-axis. And the blue line is the subsequent year's radio-collared calf survival, with the proportion surviving indicated on the right y-axis. So for example, in reg year 2011, 68 wolves were harvested during the winter of 2011 to 2012. And in the fall of 2012, the calf-cow ratio was 30 and radio-collared calf survival rate was 54%. So to explore the relationship between wolf harvest and Mulchatna population metrics, we used a correlation. And a correlation explores the direction and the strength of a relationship between two variables, although it does not prove a cause and effect relationship between those two variables. So it ranges from -1 to 1 with a positive value indicating that as one variable increases, the other variable also increases. 0 indicates no relationship between the variables. And a negative value indicates that as one variable increases, the other variable decreases. Wolf control programs operate under the basic assumption that reducing wolf abundance results in reduced wolf predation, which ultimately results in increased survival and abundance of the target ungulate species. Under this assumption, the expectation is that wolf harvest would be positively correlated with caribou abundance and calf survival, or in other words, higher wolf harvest should be associated with higher caribou abundance or higher calf survival if that program is making an effect. However, we found a moderate negative correlation with Mulchatna abundance in a place where we would have expected a positive relationship. So in this case, the correlation indicated that as wolf harvest increased, the abundance of the Mulchatna herd decreased. We did find a slightly positive correlation with all calf-cow ratio. So when I'm saying all calf-cow, that's throughout the entire herd, where increased wolf harvest correlated with an increase in calf-cow ratio, but it wasn't a strong relationship. And we found a slight negative correlation with all radio-collared calf survival, which decreased with increased wolf harvest, but again, not a strong relationship. And we would have expected a positive relationship in those two variables. We found a similar positive and negative relationships between wolf harvest versus just east calf-cow ratio and east radio-collared calf survival. So similar to the ones I presented here for all calves, but both of those correlations with east calves were weaker than those that we presented for all calves. So what can we conclude from this? Well, the lack of strong positive correlations and agreement across our response variables suggests that wolf harvest during this period was not a primary factor driving Mulchatna abundance or calf survival. Alternatively, the assumption that wolf harvest is a representative proxy for wolf abundance may not be appropriate in this instance. In their review of Alaska's predator management programs, the National Research Council concluded that wolf control programs are likely to be successful under these 4 circumstances. The first is that wolves are the primary predator of all age classes of the targeted ungulate. This was not assessed prior to the launch of the wolf control program, so we don't really have a lot of information to go on for that. Number 2, that area wolf reduction occurs over the area over areas of at least 10,000 square kilometers. And we can check that box because the area of the current Mulchatna wolf control program is over 25,000 square kilometers. Number 3 is that wolves are reduced to at least 55% of their pre-control numbers for at least 4 years. Wolf abundance was not accurately assessed prior to initiating the wolf control program, nor prior to expanding the program in 2017. So we really don't have good information about the proportion of the wolf population that we are harvesting each year. And the fourth is that weather is favorable for ungulate survival. And we just haven't got to the point yet where we've really started looking at weather effects down there at this point. In summary, the lack of pre-control wolf abundance estimates and lack of evidence that wolves were the primary predator of all age classes makes it difficult to evaluate the effectiveness of this program. And I know I've presented a lot on this slide. I just have a little bit more to go and then you're done with me. But I kind of want to talk about one last take-home message here, and that's for understanding predator-prey dynamics and that trying to so predator-prey dynamics are complex. One mistaken belief regarding predation is that an individual killed by a predator would still be alive if that predator had been removed. This overly simplistic view of predator-prey dynamics ignores the concepts of predisposition and compensatory mortality. An individual animal's characteristics like age, body condition, whether it has injuries or is diseased, can predispose it to a higher risk of death, including from predation. For large animals, poor nutritional condition or body condition has been suggested as the most important characteristic predisposing an animal to death. These animals may have less ability to fight or flee, less environmental awareness, and increased susceptibility to disease, accidents, and predation. But what we really care about here is the effect of predation at the population level, where the impact of predation falls along a continuum from compensatory to additive. Compensatory mortality means that an animal killed by a predator would have likely died anyway from some other cause. And therefore, in this case, predation would not necessarily increase the overall mortality rate of the population. Additive mortality would mean that any animal that a wolf kills would not have likely died from any other cause. So like a healthy animal. And so additive mortality gets added to it would add to the population mortality rate. So the lack of clear positive response in survival rates and caribou abundance during the period of wolf control leads us to believe that the effect of wolf predation on the caribou population may have been largely compensatory and therefore had little effect on reducing the herd's overall mortality rate. In 2020, with the continued decline of the Mulchatna herd and no current research or standard monitoring data seeming to point to a smoking gun, we launched a holistic study to evaluate current challenges facing adult female caribou, which is our breeding stock. And so Renee Sattler is now going to take over the seat, and she will talk about the research project that she initiated out there in 2020.
Okay, ready to go. Hey, so as Nick said, this portion of our presentation is going to really cover just this ongoing research that focuses on adult females. And it started in October 2020. So we are really only about a year and a half into this work. So you're going to be kind of seeing our fresh off the press data, so to speak. So at its entirety, the project has really four main components, only a couple of which we'll have time to talk about today. But the first area of research focus was really to understand what is the current health of the Mulchatna. Under this category, we want to evaluate body condition, disease screening, and looking at seasonal diets. We want to understand current measurements of survival and then look at the important causes of mortality. We're going to investigate a genetic structure of the herd and really compare differences between East and West. And finally, we want to take a much closer look into the variability of reproductive success, looking for pregnancy pauses over our long study period. So we launched these capture efforts in October of 2020 and we deployed 60 GPS collars. Our goal was really to capture the entire breadth of the Mulchatna range. So we deployed 20 collars in the east, the central, and the west. Each animal capture was given a GPS collar, and then we collected a slew of biological samples to really achieve our objectives. This included hair, blood, morphometrics, weights, and ultrasound measurements. Our first main objective is really to quantify caribou health metrics, body condition, disease, and variability in reproductive success. And we're just going to talk about body condition for right now. So before we launch into it, let's just get everybody on the same page of what is and why do we care about body condition. Well, at its most basic definition, body condition is the state of body components like your fat and your protein content that ultimately influences one's fitness. This has direct effects on an individual's survival, their reproductive success at a single time point and in successive years, and increases their susceptibility to disease. So to measure this for the Mulchatna, we followed a method that was recently published by Cook et al. That combines measurements of mass, a body condition score, rump and loin fat, and loin depth as determined via ultrasound measurements. These variables are combined to ultimately calculate an individual's percent body fat. So because of its foundational importance to an individual's survival and reproductive success, the recent research efforts spanning elk, deer, moose, and caribou have developed qualitative categories of nutritional condition. These are associated with measurements of specific percent body fat. These works have developed the figure on your right, where ungulate percent body fat has been measured in wild animals and can range from 0 to 16%. These body fat ranges are associated with nutritional condition categories that range from severe to moderate, mild, and to no nutritional limitation. The predominant causes and consequences of nutritional limitation are often associated with the following. We'll witness we'll witness depressed pregnancy rates, slow juvenile growth, and increased winter mortality. And these conditions are often observed in animals that are falling in our moderate nutritional limitation category. Sorry about that. These animals range anywhere from 5.5% to 9% in that moderate nutritional limitation. Thank you. The severity of these consequences decrease with increasing body fat and are most severe in animals in the severe nutritional limitation category or having less than 5.5% body fat. So using this framework, wildlife managers can rapidly have a vital indicator of herd health. So we're going to use this framework to consider our measurements from Mulchatna females. So Mulchatna females across our entire sampling effort average an 8% body fat. So we fell right squarely in moderate nutritional limitation and likely are experiencing some of the negative associated consequences of this category. Although it's important to note that we also measured animals that ranged anywhere from 4% up to 16% body fat. Now we captured our animals in the fall following the rut, and at this point, each female was also denoted for their lactational status. Now, lactation is an extremely energetically demanding activity on the female body, and so we wanted to look at this data in a little bit more detail. So here we're looking at the same figure where we're carrying through our qualitative assessments of nutritional limitation. We're seeing our percent body fat as measured on our x-axis. And now what we're looking at is our body fat estimates for our lactating and our non-lactating females. So we start to see quite a bit of a different story here. So if we look at our non-lactating females, this is marked by the black bars. The average percent body fat entering into winter is about 10% in our non-lactating females. If we apply this kind of higher up into our, if we look at the qualitative categories, this puts non-lactating females right in a more of a mild nutritional limiting condition. However, if we look just at our lactating females, we see that we have much less and significantly less actually percent body fat at 6.5% in our lactators. This is marked by the black bars. And if we look at not just at the most of these fall in that 6% bar that you're seeing there in moderate nutritional limitation, if you look at the distribution of those columns across sampling, you see that on average, most of our females are in moderate, but even a few are falling into the severe category. So a second component of this objective was to really also look at disease. And at the launch of the project, we were going to really evaluate a broad brush of disease that are commonly found in Alaska caribou herds. However, when we detected brucellosis, we really diverted a lot of our energies to focus on this disease because of its significant consequences in reproductive success. So to bring us all together, brucellosis is a zoonotic disease, meaning it can be transferred to wildlife to humans. It's a bacterial infection that's commonly found in domestic feed animals and Alaska ungulates and other wildlife. It's primarily transmitted through the exchange of fluids through breeding and coming in contact with afterbirth. The main symptoms of this disease are lameness and joint inflammation. Females can have late-term abortions, retain placentas. If they do have calves, they are weak calves, or females can be infertile. And recent research is really suggesting that brucellosis infections can have severe implications for female survival. The challenge here is the most predominant thing that we might see when we're in the field is lameness or joint inflammation, but it's much more challenging for us to really quantify the amount of late-term abortions or even detecting a weak calf versus infertility. So to look at brucellosis, I want to kind of refer us back to our sampling locations as East, Central, and West. And we're going to talk about disease prevalency, which is at its basic definition, it's just the proportion of our sample population with a condition at that sample period. And it's always presented as a percentage. So here we're going to look at in 2020 our samples as broken down by our sampling location. And if we look across the herd, 37% of our samples came back as brucellosis positive. At endemic levels, brucellosis is detected in Alaska caribou herds at less than 3%. And at greater than 15% prevalency, these herds often are associated with the negative effects of reproduction, seeing physical injuries and depressed reproductive success. So when we came back with 37%, the warning bells definitely went off and decided it was time to take a much closer look. So if we look within our distribution, we see that brucellosis prevalency is mostly focused in the central and the western portion of the herd. And because this was an unexpected finding, we dug through our archived serum samples and found that there were serum samples from 2015 that hadn't been analyzed. When these samples were evaluated for brucellosis antibodies, we found that brucellosis was actually detected in the west portion of the herd in samples from 2015. And while our sample sizes are small here, so just caution much interpretation of that, we didn't detect any in the east. So while we have increased sampling now, it's not 100% clear which direction potentially this disease is moving and at what rate or spread we might see. However, monitoring data from the Western Arctic herd has showed declines in brucellosis prevalency rates from the 23%, which is considered an outbreak, to 3%, or an endemic baseline, over approximately 15 to 20-year period. So if the Mulchatna outbreak occurred close in time to that first observation of our physical signs in 2015 that were retained placentas, swollen testes, then we likely still have a few more years of brucellosis disease spread and associated consequences. So our second objective of this project was to look at estimated age-specific survival rates and to really look at the approximate causes of death in adult females. Nick has really gone over a lot of our survival rate data, so we're just going to focus on main causes of mortality. Since the launch of the project in the fall of 2020, we have had 10 animals die. 50% have succumbed to firearm-related mortalities, 30% to unknown but non-predation caused mortalities, and 20% have been associated with bears. If we look at these mortalities spatially, we see that our human-mediated mortality events predominantly occur in the winter and in the western portion of the range, and our non-human mortality events occur primarily in the spring and the summertime in the central portion. Because the human-mediated mortality was our predominant cause of death, we wanted to characterize these a little bit more in depth. And so when we get a mortality signal and we go in and look at a carcass investigation, this is some of the scenes we come. We might encounter multiple carcasses at a single site partially buried. Sometimes a single animal skinned out with a collar attached. And in the case of this female, we were able to detect wounding loss. We've tracked her for multiple days and eventually found her here with this large hematoma on her face, metal shards in her abdomen and her liver. So I know we've covered a lot of topics today, like disease and probability of reproductive success and predators and body condition and calf survival, and how all these variables really work together to result in the herd decline and the sustained low abundance observed over the last 30 years is really still coming into focus. But it's important to remember that many of these variables are complex and they are interactive. But across our data stream and all these analyses, Nick and I feel confident to send you home with a couple take-home messages of what the Mulchatna have been facing historically and currently. So historically, we are finding evidence of significant density-dependent effects. This is a scenario in which the reduction in the quantity and the quality of forage declines. This is often from overgrazing or even from trampling events. This can cascade into reducing body condition. It can impact pregnancy rates, increase susceptibility to disease, and decrease survival. Our evidence for this can be found in our sustained periods of reduced survival in our young and our primates breeding females observed in the early 2000s. This likely led to age structure related issues where we had several years of small and poor quality breeding stock, likely to have consequences several generations into the future. Finally, we also observed that notable difference in our probability of pregnancy rates in our 2, 3, and 4-year-olds that were observed pre versus post 2009. And a review of the data shows a large variability in estimates, but on average suggests that it can take 20 to 50 years for lichen-dominated vegetative communities to recover from overgrazing and trampling. And local and traditional knowledge has suggested and observed an increase in shrub incursion into the alpine tundra. From our ongoing work, some of the current challenges, we are seeing evidence in nutritional conditional challenges from our large variability in fall body condition with our lower percent body fat and lactating females falling under that moderate nutritional limitation. We have detected a high prevalence of brucellosis, which is concentrated in the west and the central portion of the range. And this coincides with increased observations of retained placentas, swollen joints, and encounters of neonatal mortalities, such as stillborn or weak calves. From our mortality data, we are seeing that wounding loss and illegal harvest is currently the predominant cause of death in females. And this highlighted our need to understand our past and present harvest dynamics, not just the total animals taken, but the proportion of females harvested. And none of our current data streams point to non-human predators as a significant challenge for Mulchatna adults. And across all of this, it suggests that we need to review the Unit 17 IM program. So our next steps, we are just in the second year of our 3-year study, and we are currently processing samples from the fall of 2021 captures. All of these we will evaluate for brucellosis, for diet, and genetics. We will continue to monitor for all of the mortalities and determine cause of death throughout the winter. And in the spring, we will head back out to track reproductive success of all of our collared females relative to calving grounds, their fall body condition, and brucellosis exposure status. So with that, Nick and I would just like to extend a special thank to the Federal Fish and Wildlife Service, the BLM offices based in Bethel and the surrounding areas, to the ADF&G Bethel office, and to the staff at Togiak National Wildlife Refuge. Their local resources and partnerships have been absolutely instrumental in collecting these data. And with that, we will do our best to answer any questions that you guys may have.
Okay, questions from members.
Yep.
I think Member Hoffman, do you have some questions? Anyone, any other members? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. What month are you calling fall when you're doing your captures for doing your measurements?
October.
So there's still lactating cows, which means there's still calves being fed by the female. What is the mortality rate of if somebody harvests a lactating cow that has a calf? What is the length of time, or what do you think the mortality is on that calf without having a mother to feed off of after October?
Yeah, I don't think we have great information on that, but certainly there are calves that have already been weaned at that time as well. There's probably a mix of some that are still being fed by mom and some that have been weaned. So, like I say, so it's not like they can't survive on without milk once they hit the fall. But as far as determining like mortality rates, we just don't have great information on that.
I will say that a lot of literature has suggested there's 3 main weaning periods occurring kind of in late summer, in the fall, and then late winter. And we do know that from a lot of mammalian studies that the duration of lactation period is associated with increased survival of females that do lactate longer. But Nick's right, we don't have specific data on that yet.
Okay, thank you.
Other members? If not, then go ahead, Mr. Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Nick and Renee, for that report. That was very informative. There's a lot of data there. But for me, I'm really interested in some of the graphs you had, particularly the last 10 or 15 years that shows the east side versus the west side minimum count numbers. Can you pull that up again?
Let's see here.
On the survival?
Yeah. Okay. And are you talking about the survival charts
The
or
minimum,
the
the,
population graph?
the population graph for the east and
Okay.
west.
On the east.
We don't.
We don't have population graph for the east versus the west. But I'm wondering if you're talking about survival.
Okay.
Are you talking about? Talking about these?
Yeah, I saw a different one earlier that was caught my eye, but from the data I was looking at, it looked like we had more problems on the west side, the one that I was looking at, as far as the east versus west population, minimum population counts.
All right. Yeah, I guess we're still not sure which graph you're talking about. Member Hoffman.
Okay, I'll get back with you on that. So as far as the mortality rates, let's reverting to my notes here. As far as 11% and the non-predation mortality, how does that 11% compare to other herds around the state? Is that high or low?
11. So you're talking, and I'm just going to get to that chart real quick so I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Again, I am not sure. I am not sure how that, but these are, like I said, this is all proximate cause of death. So when we're there, in these calves, we are really, it's basically, we're determined, our limitation is determining kind of what, drew the final blow on that calf, right? So it could be a bear, wolf. Those are kind of the easier things to tell for us. But we don't know if these calves have underlying conditions at all that made them more susceptible to predation. And so what I meant to present with this here is this just kind of gives us, once in a while we do get to these mortalities that aren't consumed by predators. And so we can tell that, okay, obviously this calf died and it was non-predation. So yes, that we came up with that 11% number there, but honestly, at this moment, I don't have the information of how that compares to other herds in the state, but I can certainly get back to you on that if I find that information.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner.
Yeah, I have a question for you. So the picture that I seem to be getting out of these presentations is that we have a herd that's been declining. Adult females aren't calving. They're calving in narrow periods of time, and our calves aren't surviving for a wide range of reasons. But where I'm fundamentally struggling with your presentation is that we don't think predator control has a role in recovering this population. It seems like anything we can do to save calves out there is going to help with this population. So it may not have been the reason for the decline. It may not be the reason for the lack of recovery, but it certainly seems, given where we are with this population, that efforts to basically protect calves from predation would go a long ways towards helping. And it seems like that's one of the only things that's within our direct control, other than potentially doing more enforcement actions to turn this herd around. So I'm struggling with what I'm hearing is kind of a conclusionary statement that we ought to review the predator control program given this information. What I'm guessing is with an eye towards limiting it. So could you kind of walk me through that rationale?
Yeah, I don't think we're not, we're not really, what our intention to present kind of the correlation and the data that we have to, tell, whether we can detect whether there's any change in these important population metrics relative to wolf harvest. And so the point of, I think the big point there is the predation and how does that affect, predation affect the population, right? So if these calves, if you want to talk specifically about the calves, the fact that if these calves have higher predisposition to mortality, regardless of the cause, and that can occur whether they have injuries, disease. A lot of that occurs when they're in utero, depending on the condition that the mother is facing that previous winter. And so, so relative to that, we know that we presented that for larger species, body condition is the main factor influencing whether individuals are predisposed to death. And so if a mother has a poor body condition and that calf is born lighter, we know generally that in years where calves are the average calf weights are lighter, those are generally related to higher mortality of any cause. But the main point about, I think what you're saying is, how does it hurt? Why does it hurt to just remove any wolf? Well, I guess what we tried to present there was that if these calves or other individuals are highly predisposed to death, then it might not make a huge difference if you're going to remove a wolf that, that might have killed a calf, because that calf might end up dying anywhere else. Do you have anything to add on that?
Yeah, I'll just add that, the measurements of calf survival we present here are just about 4 months of age. So how that survival goes through the winter isn't 100% clear. But even if animals survive their first year, we improve that estimate. What we really care about is our breeding stock and those animals, those calves getting to reproductive age, so right around 4 years old. So the survival between that period is probably most important. And so we were just trying to highlight, again, if we think about the Mulchatna problems kind of as a whole, I like to think of it kind of for myself as like an iceberg. And are we chipping away at the most important thing? Are we using our resources as well as we can to do whatever we can? And that's a big discussion.
Yeah, and when we spoke about, potentially reviewing the wolf control program, we were, talking about maybe reviewing how it's designed in this specific situation, not whether we do wolf control or not, but that's kind of what we were going for there. And, and we don't have complete information on cause of death and what the, important predators are, especially for calves outside of that initial neonatal period. So, I guess what we were kind of trying to present there is just the information that we can have, that we can rely on to reliably tell us, well, is this, making a difference or not? We just don't have a lot of that information. And some of the stuff is actually saying, like Renee's adult mortality, it's, wolves aren't an important factor right now. So we're just trying to, evaluate it based on the information that we can do that with.
Yes, Stosh, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Just to expand on this a little bit, 20 years ago, we're at 200,000 plus caribou, and now we're, it dropped like a rock. We dropped down to 30, now we're down to 10 or less. And for me, as someone who lives and relies on that herd, every predator is making a huge impact right now, especially the bears on the calving grounds in the first 14 days. Do we have any plans to maybe target some of those bears that are taking these calves? Because that's a pretty high rate. And, even the aerial program is on the Unit 17 side. There's a lot of factors involved why I think they're not taking a lot of wolves. And that's, you got to have a plane that works. You got to have pilots. You got to gunners. Everything's got to line up. And I think there's a lot more we can do to help that herd, especially given that it's down to almost nothing, and there's no hunting allowed on that herd right now, and it's hurting the people on that side of the state. So I think anything we can do is gonna, as far as predators, and like the commissioner said, that's something we can control, and I think we should do our best to do that. given the state of the herd right now. Thank you.
Well, it didn't sound like a question, but Ryan has something I'd like to add.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through the chair to Member Hoffman, just to capitalize on some of your comments as well. And I've asked Regional Supervisor Gino DeFredi to move up to the table as well. I will remind the board that you will be getting a Unit 17 intensive management update, specifically from Chris Brockman, the acting area biologist, a little bit later in the week. And several of the things that have been mentioned around the table, including from Renee and Nick, will be addressed in there. You know, we don't have plans to stop predator control out there. Actually, you'll see you have proposals to potentially expand it. Does that involve adding bears to the mix? You know, not right now, but that's also, I believe, going to be part of the discussion as well. In addition, there's an immense amount of outreach occurring when it comes to the Mulchatna to try to address a myriad of the factors that we believe are impacting the decline of the population. And it really is, it's a combination of a lot of things that are happening, and we're trying to pick away at each and every one of them. So we will get into a larger intensive management discussion on the herd. There was a specific reason I mentioned the Mulchatna in my report yesterday at the very top of the wildlife topics, because it really will need a lot of attention at our meeting. And I would just ask if Gino has anything to add, please.
Through the chair, thank you for that opportunity. And I think we are kind of digesting a lot of information here that our staff have presented. And, you know, we have been discussing this for the last couple of years. This is we're just finishing up year 2 of a 3-year research project. And we're going to be continuing to look at all of this. I think we've talked about just about every ecological function that could potentially impact caribou in Western Alaska. And now as managers, we're going to have to, you know, come up with a game plan on how do we recover this herd. And that's partly my challenge. That's partly my challenge to my staff. And that's where we're going to be going with this. We have, at this point, no intention to stop or reduce our intensive management program. We're going to continue predator control. And, you know, we're, I guess, cautiously optimistic that we will get decent results. We get decent results when we have decent conditions out there, when we have good snow conditions, good travel conditions. Our hunters get wolves, our trappers get wolves, and our control program gets wolves. When we have poor conditions, nobody gets out, nobody gets to do anything. And when we have poor conditions, we also have challenges for our caribou. And so there's a ton of information here, and there's a lot of work that we need to continue to do. And we need to digest this research work, and then we need to develop a management program and do what we can to get every animal as best of a chance of survival as we can. The bear control thing has been discussed a little bit. There are some concerns. I think Chris is going to address that when we get there. And there's also another proposal to add an additional control area, predominantly in Eastern 18 or possibly on federal lands that could potentially work into this program as well. We'll talk about that more when we have our Dillingham overview. And I just wanted to get that part on the record. And I do want to assure you that we are going to do what we can to recover this herd and hopefully do it as fast as we can, because it is a very important subsistence resource. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nick and Renee, that was a really good presentation. There's a lot of really good information in there. Do you guys have a target number of collars that you're wanting to put out in the next season?
Yeah, we got a little bit weathered out this last capture effort, so we're going to try to go a little bit bigger this upcoming fall and probably try to deploy at least another 40, maybe up to 60 collars spread across the range again.
Follow up, Jake.
Thanks. Whenever you're doing one of these captures, you said that there's some visual marks, like swollen joints. I would assume that would be the most, prevalent joint that you could see would be like a knee. But I'm just assuming that. So whenever you're putting these collars on there, how many instances do you see swollen joints when you're actually physically putting the collar on there?
Well, I mean, that's a really good question. Typically, it's not like we go out there and you just see these all over the place. It's just, I've been working out there since 2007. And I think the first time I really started noticing swollen joints during fall composition surveys was in 2014. And so it's something you might see a handful or something over a couple days, looking at 3,000 or 4,000 animals. Then a few years ago when we were doing our comps, we actually saw 2 adult cows with what looked like retained placentas during the fall composition count. So that's in October still, that they still have retained placentas. So yeah, but now specific to your question, how often do we see this on animals that we collar? Typically when we're putting collars out on animals, we generally, if we're seeing a limping animal or something, both for the animal's sake, we don't really like to go chase it with a helicopter if it is some type of physical issue. And so really we kind of try to, they might not show up as much in our sampling. So I'm thinking over hundreds of caribou that I've been involved with capturing out there, maybe seeing it a couple times with the animals that we've immobilized.
Member Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Nick and Renee, for later on in this meeting, is it possible to get a minimum population count for the east side versus the west side over time? Is that data available?
Yes, that data, we do have that. So we'll make sure, I'm not sure if Chris Brockman presents any of that in his overview, but we'll make sure you get that information.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Nick and Renee. Great presentation. And now I think it's time to break for lunch. And after lunch, we have one more department report, I believe.
Mr. Chair, I had a question.
Orville, I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is one of the most comprehensive reports I've ever seen. It's the best one I've ever seen. I just wanted to ask, are grizzlies or other bears up in winter more like they are in the Western Arctic? Because they've been a problem over there, as well as other things that go on. And in our Western Arctic herd working group, a lot of the traditional knowledge relates to how these changes come about. All the big bears starving out because there's no marine mammals washing up anymore, and going farther in the interior or where there's less to eat. So I just wanted to make sure you include that in your good report you already have, is that we need to know if these bears are up more in winter. Thank you.
Yeah, Member Huntington, through the chair. I don't have a lot of good info. I guess as far as down in Mulchatna area, when we've been out there doing our winter field work, I don't recall. I mean, occasionally we might get you see a set of bear tracks, but that's fairly rare, like in the dead of the winter, not that it doesn't happen. So like I say, I don't have a lot of experience seeing that down in Southwest Alaska. And then relative to all the collared bears we have in Unit 13 with the GPS data, I haven't detected any that get up and take a long walk in the winter time. Occasionally they'll have some activity around the den. They might get out of the den for a day or two and hang around outside, but they don't go very far, and then they're right back in the den. So that doesn't really give me an indication that they're at poor condition and they're hungry. I would think they'd be out searching for food or something rather than just hanging at the den entrance.
you have a follow-up?
Oh, no, that was a good answer. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
With that, we're going to be breaking for lunch. We'll have one more department report, and then we're going to go to public testimony in the afternoon, so. And Christie has something to say.
Just want to let folks know, remember you can exit through that side door to go outside to prevent, congregating of people. So please take advantage of that door. And then also our afternoon testimony list isn't too lengthy. If you've signed up and you're thinking you want to testify later and you want to change to this afternoon, I think we will probably have some time for that, but we'll get signs. If they're not already up, we'll get the testimony list up so people can look at who's signed up to go at what times. Thank you.
And with that, we'll be back. Karen, excuse me, former board member. Not, we're going to be doing in-person testimony today, and whether we get to that, I can't say at this point. Right. Yeah, we'll work with staff on that. Thank you. Okay, so we'll come back at around 1:30 and start the afternoon meeting. Thank you. Okay, we're going to call the meeting back to order at 1:38. We're going to start out with a presentation on Arctic hares. When you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our next presentation is on Alaska hares, Arctic hares. Chris Barger with our Threatened, Endangered, and Diversity Program is conducting that research as part of his master's degree. And I believe Chris is all set and up on the screen, and thanks for the opportunity. Chris, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Chris Barger, and I'm a biologist in the Threatened, Endangered, and Diversity statewide program with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. And I'm leading a statewide study investigating Alaska hares. I'm honored to be able to provide a brief update on the Alaska Hare Project occurring in parts of Region 4 and Region 5. This presentation is available in RC4, tab 1.5. During this board meeting, you'll have one Alaska hare proposal from Unit 17 before you, addressing the management of Alaska hares. As a quick overview, I'd like to begin by comparing the two species of hares that are found in Alaska, the Alaska hare on the left and the snowshoe hare on the right. The Alaska hare is only found in western Alaska and ranges from the mainland of the Alaska Peninsula to slightly north of Kotzebue, whereas the snowshoe hares are found throughout the majority of Alaska and North America. Alaska hares are known by several other names, such as tundra hares and jackrabbits. Historically, they were an important food source, and it was common practice to use the fur as the inside liner to a parka. There's a significant size difference between the two species, with Alaska hares being 2 to 3 times larger than a snowshoe. One notable difference in their reproductive biology is that Alaska hares are only known to produce one litter, compared to a snowshoe hare, which can have multiple litters in a year. In western Alaska, snowshoe hares tend to be congregated in dense populations and are limited to alder willow thickets. Alaska hares, on the other hand, tend to be found individually or in small groups that utilize multiple habitats, such as open tundra, high elevation rocky outcroppings, and alder willow thickets. The two species can coexist in the majority of Alaska hare range, and the extent of competition is still unknown. We have a vast knowledge of basic snowshoe ecology, such as population cycling, predator-prey relationships, foraging ecology, just to name a few. However, very little is known about basic biology of Alaska hares. They're an understudied yet hunted species, which we know very little about. Prior to the beginning of this project, there's been zero monitoring on Alaska hares. I will now provide some background on this ongoing project. Historical accounts from local residents, department staff, and field experiences from across western Alaska suggest the hare population is substantially below historical records. However, no surveys of this species have ever been conducted until this project began. To my knowledge, there's only been one management project which was conducted in the 1970s. In order to address this management need, we began pilot work in 2017 to determine the feasibility of a larger project. During this time, we also visited 9 villages across the region, spending a session talking with village elders, and almost everyone spoke to the decline of Alaska hares in their respective regions. We used this momentum to secure funding for this joint project between the Small Game Program and the Threatened, Endangered, and Diversity Program. Overall, we have conducted 16 surveys and capture attempts at 7 different locations throughout the range, shown on the map by orange circles and stars. Over the past 2 years, we have been focusing our work in the Selawik Hills, Kotzebue region, the areas around Nome, and Ekook, which is located south of Dillingham and is in Unit 17. These 3 areas are depicted on the map by orange stars. To date, this immense field effort has resulted in roughly 220 days in the field, about 10,000 miles covered by snow machine, and has been supported by 8 different staff members. Currently, we plan on 1 more year of field work for this project. The project has 3 primary objectives. 1, we hope to evaluate techniques for long-term population monitoring in the hope of developing a tool that the division can use moving forward. 2, capturing and coloring Alaska hares to study movement ecology. And 3, examine the diet composition of Alaska hares across Western Alaska. First, we began by examining techniques that could be used to monitor this elusive species in the future, with the goal of providing an estimate of the population size, relative densities, buck-doe ratios, and variability in study areas and between the years. We have evaluated multiple techniques to monitor them, and these include helicopter aerial surveys, spotlight and counting surveys, track surveys, pellet counts, and lastly, pellet transects with a DNA analysis. Due to their low density and cryptic nature, many of these techniques are not viable options. For example, in 2020, I snow machined roughly 2,300 miles in the Kotzebue Seward Peninsula area, and I only visually saw 2 different hares. We found that pellet transects with DNA analysis is the most reliable method by far. We use snow machines to follow a transect through various habitat types and collect Alaska hare fecal pellets during the winter months. These pellets are thawed and then swabbed with a toothpick. The DNA material on the toothpick can be sequenced to determine unique individuals and sex. The transect can be repeated within a season to allow a mark recapture population estimate. So far, we have achieved a 96% success rate on analysis of pellets. And pellet DNA can degrade quickly during rain events, and in the late spring, pellets can melt into the snow and disappear within a day. Hence, it's important to collect pellets in the middle of winter. Here we have the preliminary summary statistics from 2018 to 2021 from our 3 primary field sites. In the Kotzebue Selkirk Hills region, we have surveyed roughly 300 miles, collected 200 fecal pellets, and identified fewer than 10 unique hares. In the Nome region, we have surveyed roughly 1,000 miles, collected over 1,200 pellets, and identified fewer than 100 hares. And in the Ekook region, we have traveled roughly 250 miles, collected 150 pellets, and identified fewer than 20 hares. At this time, I cannot provide a density estimate with the preliminary data. However, we expect that final density estimate to be quite low. Now I'd like to shift and talk about the movement ecology aspect of this project. Our goal has been to determine Alaska hare's seasonal and annual movements and gain an understanding of their potential home range size and compare that in different areas of their range. In order to accomplish this, we have placed satellite collars on hares which collect roughly 2 to 3 GPS locations a day and have an average lifespan of 1 year. Besides filling in this data gap about their life history, this information will help us determine the extent at which populations can repopulate an area that has experienced a reduction in size. This project is the first to capture and collar Alaska hares and has been an immense effort full of trial and error. The species is extremely difficult to work on. Simply putting a live box trap near fresh tracks or pellets created problems with snow drifting, catching snowshoes, and the fact that Alaska hares just don't like going in a box trap. We then moved on to actively trapping hares at night with a manually released bow net while sitting in a camouflage blind. This technique did work, and we captured 3 hares. However, it's extremely time intensive, requiring monitoring of the trap using night vision, all the while you're sitting in there trying to remain quiet and warm. After countless iterations, we finally created a 12-foot diameter pen trap with 2 PVC doors in combination with a live box trap. And this is continuously monitored using satellite trap transmitters. This technique appears viable, capturing 4 hares in the last field effort. In summary, we have managed to capture 8 Alaska hares, which required an incredible amount of work. 2 hares were captured in the Selkirk Hills, 3 in the Nome region, and 3 in the Ekook region. Here's an example of 10 months worth of movement data from an Alaska hare and a snowshoe hare. Using this preliminary data, we found that they can have a home range upwards of 5,000 acres, and they can easily move 3 to 4 linear miles in a matter of hours. Like many mammals, they do tend to use core areas within their home ranges, and they utilize many different habitats. We have not observed any movements greater than 10 miles from the capture site, but hares frequently move within their home range. In the lower right corner, we have an example of a snowshoe hare on the exact same scale. As you can see, their home range is significantly smaller and their movements are quite diminished. We use this preliminary data to construct kernel density estimates to calculate home range sizes. Above is an example of a kernel density estimate from an Alaska hare and a snowshoe hare with 95, 75, and 50% isopleths. The hotter pink color represents where the animal spends most of its time. We found on average, Alaska hares had a home range of 3,000 acres, and 50% of their time was spent in about 430 acres. When compared to snowshoes, which used 35 acres and spent half of their time in just 6 acres. If we examine the preliminary home ranges more closely, we see that the Alaska hares typically have more core areas, highlighted by red arrows, where they concentrate their time compared to snowshoe hares. And this pattern held true in general for most of the sampled species. Lastly, we hope to shed some light on the winter diet of Alaska hares. Using next generation sequencing and plant DNA collected from winter pellets, we are planning on comparing the diet of Alaska hares throughout their range, variability in diet across the years, and examine the differences between Alaska hares and snowshoe hares in locations where they coexist. Through field observations, Alaska hares have been observed removing snow in open tundra habitats to access vegetation. The strategy is not commonly seen in snowshoe hare populations, but mostly remain in the willow alder thickets. That is a quick summary of the research that I've led on Alaska hares throughout the state. And just a reminder that you have Proposal 24 before you at this meeting, which specifically addresses GMU 17 that currently has no regulations in place for Alaska hares. This proposal would create a season, harvest limit, and salvage requirement for Unit 17 Alaska hare. That concludes my staff report, and I'd be more than happy to try and answer any questions you might have.
Questions from committee members? Al, go ahead.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was a great presentation. I'm wondering why, when the hares were at a high point, or there was a lot of them, why didn't they expand like the snowshoe hare did?
Through the chair, that's a great question. Through my experiences working on this species, we haven't witnessed any cycling in Alaska hares like you'd see in snowshoe hares. And through talking with people throughout different villages out in that area, they have not witnessed cycling as well. It seems like, in my opinion, that the hare population declined in the late 70s, and it hasn't rebounded since around that time period. And we don't know why.
One more? Yeah, just one more question. When you were monitoring the hares with the GPS collars, when they were doing their long movements, was that during the rut?
Through the chair, that is another excellent question. We haven't analyzed to that extent right now, as we have one more year of field work to go. But I've seen long distance movements throughout the winter and the summer. So long distance within 3 or 4 miles in a couple hours, or across their home range. So it appears at this time that they're just moving throughout that home range, regardless of whether they're in the rut.
Okay, thank you.
More analysis was needed.
Member Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chris, for that. That was very interesting and very detailed. I know you're still working on it at the beginning stages. I got a couple quick questions. One is, how did you select your location sites for your studies?
Mr. Chairman, Member Hoffman, it's another great question. During the pilot season, we went through different areas throughout Western Alaska, from Platinum through that region, and it depended a lot on weather. This fieldwork requires snow machines to get to these different locations, and some of the areas were just not suitable to this kind of field work and the dependability of snow in the region and safe travel on ice. We did explore 7 different areas and just tried to find a population of hares that was big enough to work on. Did that answer your question, sir?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Because I was just curious, because I always thought, I'm from Western Alaska, and I've seen pictures from the 70s where people would go out and harvest 20 a night, and it was a common, people used to go out at nighttime, and it was like hunting ptarmigan now. I mean, it was, you expected to get a few every night. Now you never see them. But west of Bethel, in what we call the tundra villages, Nunapichuk, Kasigluk, and in that area, Newtok, I always thought was a hot spot for them. And in one night, I've seen 20 in one night myself in these, on the western, about probably fairly close to Barrett Inlet. So I always thought that was a hot spot. That's why I asked the question about how do you select your area to study, because the numbers you've seen seem very low to me, because I've personally seen more than that altogether, just not, 100 miles behind Bethel. But I appreciate all your work, and I think it's good work and well worthwhile, because there were so many of these in the 70s and 60s. They used to hunt them with airplanes when it was legal, and you'd fly over areas and there'd be 100 of them in a group. So do you have any population estimates from the 1970s study?
Mr. Chair, Member Hoffman, there are no population estimates from back then. It was more to determine just basic biology on the hare.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, and I agree with your assessment on locations. One person, lots of field logistics, these are the places we could get to.
Understood. Good work, thank you.
Commissioner.
Yeah, I must admit, I probably should know something about hares, but I don't know a great deal about bunnies. So, are these things colonial? Or do they colonize an area, then stay within that area as groups? Like, that would probably explain some of Stosh's, observations that they're within a geographic area, then they'll move to other areas as that area becomes crowded. But are they colonial, or are they pretty much single unit dwellings, I guess?
Mr. Commissioner, that's a good question. I don't think we have any information to answer that at this time. With our collared hares, they don't tend to move that large of distances that we've observed. So they do kind of stick within a 6 to 8 mile radius around where you collar them. So I'm not sure on that one.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, you have a follow-up, Stosh?
I do. Just I forgot a question I was going to ask you. What, from your studies, what is the biggest mortality cause for these hares? Is it foxes?
But that's another great question, Member Hoffman. This study was not designed to study mortality. I think that's a great next chapter in working on the species. The sample sizes are so low that we have tried to recover the hares after mortality is experienced. They're just so remote that it takes quite a while to get there. So we don't have any mortality data on the ones that have perished with collars. In my field experiences in this region, I don't see red foxes taking adult Alaska hares, but it's just speculation. I assume that the leverets would be more preyed upon the offspring by foxes and birds. But at this point, we don't have any mortality data.
Thank you.
You have a question. Have coyotes moved into this area in recent years? They tend to be a large predator on bunny rabbits.
Mr. Chair, through the chair, that's another great question. I work with Paul Malone and eCook, and I know that there are coyotes in Unit 17 down in there. I personally have not seen any out in the Nome region or the Kotzebue region.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Any further questions from board members and from the department?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Orville.
Yeah, really great questions by the board. Really appreciate answered a lot of my questions already, but what type of hare habitat was in the core home range there on your little graph you had up?
Mr. Chair, Member Hoffman, that's Huntington, excuse me, that's a great question. So they spend quite a bit of time on that upper higher elevation edges of willow alder thickets. And in that kind of change zone there between high elevation rocky outcroppings and the edge of the willows. But we're still analyzing those core areas for the other species or for the other individuals that were collared in different kinds of habitats. So hopefully in another year, we can provide you more information.
I have a follow-up.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's not related to that, actually. It's just that I was wondering what kind of problems they have with like winter rain and things like that. Is their habitat suitable enough to eat after a rainstorm, after it freezes?
Mr. Chair, Member Huntington, that's another good question. I don't know if we have the data to provide an answer to that, except for that even after this last rain event around Christmas, we did not experience any mortalities in the collared animals. So it appears that the collared animals that are on the air currently did not perish during that rain event. But I'm sure that it doesn't help the situation. But we don't have any concrete data on how rain events affect the species.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Excuse me, Ryan has a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very briefly, want to say thanks to Chris and his collaborators, Travis Booms and Rick Marizon with the Small Game Program. Alaska hares, we've been working on the regulatory side with this species quite a bit, not only with the Board of Game over the last, even in your meeting in Dillingham, the last go around, but extensively with the RACs and the Federal Subsistence Board as well. So we're making some headway on seasons, bag limits, salvage requirements, things like that. And again, you do have that proposal. The other thing I would offer is we do have a couple of short videos we'll show during a break and something like that so people can take a look at. These are awesome critters. These are not your typical bunny rabbits. And just to see the staff handling them is pretty amazing, but you'll also get some insight into the terrain and the habitat that they're living in. So thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ryan. With that, this concludes our oral reports for today. We'll have other reports throughout the meeting, usually prior to each section of proposals. The list of oral reports posted at the back of the room and posted online show which reports are to be given later on. The board is called for public testimony on proposals before us at this meeting. We appreciate the interest and concern of everyone who will testify during the public hearing, as well as those who took the time beforehand to submit written materials. There is a handout on the table in the back called Guidelines for Public Testimony that provides useful information on testifying. As I mentioned earlier today, anyone wishing to testify must register with board support or fill out one of the blue cards located on the table in the back of the room and hand it to the board staff at the registration table. Be sure the blue card is legible and completely filled out so that both your name and your area of interest, your topic, or the proposals you are concerned about can be identified by board members. When registering to testify or completing the blue card, please refer to the proposal you are addressing by its proposal number and indicate if you are testifying for yourself or for an organization or for both. Advisory committee members should indicate if they will testify at the beginning or end of public testimony or later in the meeting, and if they will testify for themselves as well as their AC. Advisory committee representatives should restrict their testimony to what was discussed at the advisory committee meetings. Testimony should include a brief summary of the minutes of the meeting, and copies of the minutes should be available for the board members. An advisory committee representative's personal opinions should not be addressed during his advisory committee testimony. The cutoff time for public testimony will be Saturday, January 22nd at 10 a.m. The board staff have completed a list of people signing up to present oral testimony. The lists are posted at the back of the meeting room and in the hallway. Please do not ask board staff or board members to take you out of order. Everyone wanting to testify has unique travel needs, and it would be difficult to assign a priority for one person over another. However, if someone has extenuating travel needs, we will try to accommodate that. It's not always possible, but we can try. When your name is called, please come forward to the microphone at the table and state your name for the record and whether you are representing yourself or a group. If you have previously submitted written materials for the board, you should first identify those materials by its record copy number, public comment number, or advisory committee number. It will give board members an opportunity to get the paperwork before your time starts. Individuals and organizations will have 5 minutes to testify. Advisory committees and regional advisory council representatives will have 15 minutes. When you begin your testimony, the green light in front of you will come on. When you have 1 minute left, a yellow light will come on. When your time is up, a buzzer will sound, and you should stop speaking. Please stay seated in case board members have questions for you. These questions often assist you in finishing any remaining relevant testimony. Please note the time limit on testimony does not include questions the board members may have for you. Please confine your oral testimony to the subjects under consideration in as concise and direct a manner as possible. Please be aware that when you testify, you may not ask questions of board members or of department staff. This is your chance to make comments on proposals before the board. If board members and/or department staff need clarification, they will ask you questions. A person using derogatory or threatening language to any individual board or agency staff member will not be allowed to continue speaking. If you miss a call to testify, if your name is called to testify and you are not present, we will do a second call. Second calls happen after the midday breaks and after the evening breaks. If the meeting continues in the evening after the dinner break, here's how it works. If you miss your first call in the morning, you will get your second call in the afternoon, right after the lunch break and before any other first calls. If you get your first call in the afternoon and are not present, you will get your second call either in the evening or after the dinner break if the board meets in the evening, or first thing in the next morning. If you miss both your first and second calls, you will not be able to testify at this meeting. We're going to start each morning at 8:30 a.m., except on Sunday where we will start at 9 a.m., recess at noon for a 1.5 hour lunch break, then recess for the day about 5 p.m. The first break in the morning will be after about an hour, additional breaks throughout the day every 1.5 to 2 hours. We'll try to limit breaks to 15 minutes. With that, any comments from board members or department staff prior to calling our first testifier?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for those who are testifying, we do have some microphone covers available up at the front there if you want to change out that cover for your microphone. I don't think it's necessary you get real close to the microphone, so it might be just fine, and then we can also adjust the volume as you speak. But the covers are there if you're interested in using one.
I would like to make one more comment for the board members, and because I know we're not all experienced at doing this in a Board of Game meeting, and that is when we're hearing testimony, feel free to ask people questions to clarify, but it is not a time to debate or in any way indicate your pleasure or displeasure with what they're saying. It's the time for them to be free and able to give their testimony. So we need to remember that as we're hearing testimony. Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, one more thing, if I may. Just so folks are following along on the list. The first three folks are in-person testimony. Then we get to, I think, all four of those are advisory committee testimony, and all four are going to be remote testimony. Probably need just, we might be all set to go. It might take a few minutes just to patch those folks in and make sure they're up and running. Good to go. Thank you.
Yeah, so we will take a break after a short break after the three people testify in person. And with that, I'd like to ask Grant Copland if he's ready to testify. Please be careful to identify yourself clearly and everything.
And you'll need to press the button to turn on the microphone.
Grant Copland. Go ahead and start? Okay. All right, well, thanks for your time today, guys. Thanks for letting me come in and give some testimony. I got a few things to speak on, so I'll try to make it quick. The first one I wanted to talk about is you guys have a lot of proposals in front of you about opening up archery sheep hunts throughout the state, and just kind of had some concerns reading through those, and just wanted to bring them up to you guys for you to think about while you're making your decisions. A lot of the proposals to open archery-only seasons for sheep use the lack of popularity and that many people haven't been successful with a bow as justification to open up additional seasons. I believe that with the opening of archery-only seasons for sheep, I believe that it is going to become more popular. We'll see guides starting to book clients for those windows as well. And really, there's been no incentive to be an archery sheep hunter with the current regulations, and I believe that's part of the reason for the lack of popularity and success being as low as it is. But if you do create an incentive by opening up an additional season for archery hunting for sheep, I believe it's going to become more popular. I believe you'll see more rams being taken and potentially more rams being wounded and lost, unfortunately, just due to that being more common with archery hunting. I was going to say, if you do open up an archery-only season, especially if it's before the regular season, it should be tied to something like explained in Proposal 2, explaining that you should only be able to use a bow for the entire length of the season if you are going to be able to hunt before the regular season opens. If people do want to truly harvest a ram with a bow and want an incentive like an extra season, then I believe it should be tied to a stipulation of some sort like that mentioned in Proposal 2. Or I also think that new draw tag opportunities could be a good compromise rather than opening up new registration seasons or seasons before the regular season, like offered in Proposal 87. Next, I want to talk on Proposal 69 and say that I agree with it and support it, and I ask that you guys do as well. I've been spring bear hunting in Unit 13 for the last several years and see plenty of grizzly bears in the area. And due to some of the information that came out in a recent study done by Fish and Game showing how effective they are at killing moose and caribou calves with the video collars, I believe that the additional harvest that could come of being able to harvest 2 bears in Unit 13 would be beneficial for the moose and caribou populations and also the people that hunt in Unit 13, just because it is one of the more popular caribou and moose hunting game management units in the state. I want to talk on Proposal 86 and say that I agree with that as well. Changing the any ram draws in 14A to a full curl regulation I think would also be beneficial. I think the proposal does a good job of addressing why. I think if you want mature, older rams in an area, especially a drawing area where the harvest is already limited, shooting any ram doesn't seem to make much sense to me. I want to talk and say that I agree with Proposal 90 as well and ask that you guys agree. I have hunted in Unit 14 in the spring for bear, and a close friend of mine still does year after year. And it seems like the brown bears don't begin to show up until the end of May, but primarily in June. And there seems to be a lot of them when they do show up as well. With Unit 14 being another very popular moose hunting area, I think the additional harvest of brown bear will benefit the moose population, which will ultimately benefit the residents and hunters in the area as well. At the very least, I think Proposal 91 would be a good compromise, allowing the archery only hunting of brown bears through the month of June in Unit 14. And then the last proposal I wanted to speak to was Proposal 210, and saying that I agree with it and closing the community harvest moose hunt in Unit 13. The community harvest hunt was created to give local residents in the area an advantage by giving them any bull permits in Unit 13. That area has a strict 4x4, 50-inch or spiker fork regulation. That advantage to those specific residents was found unconstitutional and is now being taken advantage of by residents from all over the state. This community harvest hunt needs to just be terminated because it seems like it's undermining the management already in place for the area during the regular season. The state needs to stick to its management plans and just have the one season for all residents. The local residents of the area are already receiving special hunting permits and dates from the Federal Subsistence Board, so the state should feel no obligation to provide additional opportunity when the locals of that area can hunt anywhere under state regulations like everyone else, and also receive special hunting privileges from the Federal Subsistence Board. The community harvest hunt is detrimental to the management of moose in Unit 13, which is arguably one of the most popular and utilized units in the state. And that's all I have, and thank you for your guys' time and allowing me to come testify.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from board members? If not, thanks again. Go on to Mark Richards.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Welcome to our new board members. I look forward to getting to know you a little bit better here as we progress. My name is Mark Richards, and I just wanted to make it clear that while I am the Executive Director of Resident Hunters of Alaska and also serve as the Vice Chair on the Fish and Game Advisory Committee, these comments are mine and mine alone. I wasn't going to testify on this today, but after I received the note from board support this morning about the 2 positive COVID cases among staff yesterday, I wanted to get this on the record. Some of you are aware of the op-ed that I wrote that was published in the Anchorage Daily News this weekend that speaks to the board not allowing remote public testimony at this meeting. I really feel that was a mistake by this board. I would like to read the policy that the mitigation committee came up with. Quote, "It was determined by both boards that these complex subjects and their necessary public involvement required could not be done telephonically or through web conferencing. Yet here we have Fish and Game staff dealing with these complex subjects remotely. We have advisory committees dealing with these complex subjects remotely, and you have flat out stated that the public involvement is necessary. Now we've got members here, or people have signed up to testify that have recently either had a fever or can no longer attend because they don't want to break your mitigation policies. They're not going to be allowed to testify remotely. I just think, the reason I wrote that op-ed is because I often get calls from hunters because of my various roles. I got a couple calls from Glen Allen, interested in the proposals on the CSH hunt. I don't agree with them, but I sent them to the board website, and when they reviewed the risk acknowledgement and the waiver of liability, they called me back and says, well, isn't there a way I can testify remotely? There's no way I'm going to bring that back to my village when everything you said in those makes it seem like you will catch COVID at this meeting. I got another call from a guy in King Salmon. He wanted to comment on some of the Mulchatna proposals. He can't testify either remotely, yet the AC can. I know it's probably too late to change this, but I really feel that it was a terrible mistake, and you really disenfranchised a lot of Alaskans. If you look at the comments, there's 300 public comments on this. Look at the room behind me. This is nothing like a regular Board of Game meeting, and it won't be. So all those people, if you look at all the comments on the trapping proposals, which I don't agree with at all, those people should still have a right to make their voice heard, whether remotely or over Zoom. And I just wanted to get this on the record that I really hope you'll change this at the statewide meeting. If we still have high COVID cases as we do now. I just read during lunch that we had over 37,000 new COVID cases since January 1st in the last 21 days. So, I mean, it's a serious issue, and I just really wish you would allow the public to be involved because you know it's necessary, and that's all I have. And I just wanted to say I'm not criticizing anyone in particular. Christie and her crew do a great job. I know, decisions don't come, they come from on high, but I really feel it was a disservice, and, because we do have the best public system of wildlife management in the country. I firmly believe that, but it only works when the public can be involved. So that's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. If there's no questions from the committee members, we'll go on to the next person, who is Kim Dickman.
Thank you. Is that close enough? There you go. Yes, my name is Kim Dickman. I'm a hunter from Wasilla. Thank you all for having me here today, and I will echo what Mr. Richard has said, that the public testimony portion is extremely important and unique, and it is noteworthy that some people are able to testify remotely and some are not. Okay, I'd like to thank the board for the opportunity to be here, and ADFG for their work. I'd like to thank the community members who took the time to submit proposals about these areas that they care about. And I'd like to thank the community members who have taken the time to be here today. I also want to acknowledge that the lands on which I hunt are the traditional lands of the Ahtna people. And I want to acknowledge that I live and work on Dena'ina land, and we are meeting on Dena'ina land today. I wish to speak in opposition to two proposals, in particular regarding the CSH hunt. I am a CSH hunter. Regarding Proposal 210, I think that anecdotal evidence regarding the moose population should be considered very carefully and researched by ADFG. However, at the moment, ADFG has not identified, per their comments, any threat to the moose population at this time. However, if there were to be a threat to the population discovered, per state statute, you're required to prioritize subsistence hunters. That includes the CSH. Therefore, I'm opposed to Proposal 210. Regarding Proposal 211, in their proposal, the AOC suggested that eliminating the CSH was appropriate because there is an alternative federal subsistence hunt. However, it is well known that the federal subsistence hunt is ineffective and not sufficient to provide for the subsistence needs of Alaskans. This is why the board, as my understanding, developed this hunt in the first place. Secondly, just as a comment on the strength of the CSH hunt, the CSH requires and encourages efficient and ethical communal practices, and the designated hunter system is particularly responsive to the changing needs of communities. I also feel that the intentional group formation of the CSH encourages creating networks that allows new hunters to develop ethical hunting skills. Finally, as you are, I'm sure, all aware, since the inception of the CSH, its popularity has only grown. Last year alone, over 1,000 households registered to participate in the CSH caribou hunt, and the number has only been climbing. This is despite the stringent harvest requirements, despite the need to create communal groups. It's the only thing that I can see from this trend in popularity is that this hunt is desired by Alaskans. I would also like to acknowledge Proposals 53 and 59, which suggest an increase to the caribou and any bull allotments for the CSH hunt. Given the growing popularity of these hunts, I think it is necessary to encourage increasing these allotments so that people can meet their subsistence needs. I would also encourage the board to enforce the requirements of the CSH hunt so that it is functioning as it was intended. I'm humbled and grateful to have participated in the CSH hunt in the past. It's truly been a life-changing opportunity for me and not one that I take lightly. I hope to participate in it in the future. that is it.
Thank you. And are there any questions? If not, that will conclude that portion of our oral testimony. And Commissioner, go ahead.
So you said that there aren't sufficient hunting opportunities to participate in the community hunt under federal regulations. Can you just explain why you don't think those federal regulations provide hunting opportunities on federal lands up there?
Yes, so that is my understanding through conversations with people who are eligible for the federal hunts.
Get a little closer to the mic.
Sorry.
There you go.
That is my understanding based on conversations with individuals who are able to participate in the federal hunts and based on the written comments from Anna Inc. and Anna Incorporated and others. The federal lands in Unit 13 account for only about 12% of the entire Unit 13. That's a pretty narrow proportion of land.
Thank you again, and no further questions. Before we're going to take a little break here, and then we're going to go to advisory.
I have a question.
Oh, Orville, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry it took so long. I couldn't get my thing to come on, but I really didn't catch the name of the first person. I know Mark Richards well. He made a good testimony, but the last person, I didn't catch her name either, but I do understand the problems with the federal hunt. I guess I would want to know, when they have those federal hunts, are they at the right time of the season for hunting? 'Cause that was always a problem for us in the Kaik, because they just didn't work for us, so we didn't go.
Would you like to respond to that question about the appropriateness of timing?
I don't have a comment personally on the appropriateness of the timing. I'm hopeful that some of the other individuals who will testify in the following days can speak to that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
At this time, we're going to take a break, but before that, I want to remind everyone in the room and everyone listening that during the meeting, we are still taking written comments, and we can be done in person here, or they can be emailed as a PDF to the Board of Game comment email at dfg.bog.comments@adfg.alaska.gov. And I understand that's not the same as being able to come and talk, but at least there is a opportunity for everyone to make a comment at this time. And with that, we're going to take about a 10-minute break and get set up for our advisory committee comments. Thank you. Okay, it's 2:40. I'm going to call the meeting back to order. So we're going to start with testimony from Elisa Rogers, if she's available.
This is Kyle Campbell from Board Support, and Lisa has missed her first call. We do have Susie Jenkins ready. I'm bringing her into the meeting now.
Okay, so then we'll go to Susie Jenkins Britta.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, wonderful. Good afternoon, Chairman Hoffman and members of the board. My name is Susie Jenkins Brito, and I'm the chair of the New Shigak Advisory Committee. Our primary game focus is Game Management Unit 17, and I asked the board to reference the on-time comments from the Advisory Committee, which are listed under AC 12. Due to the long duration of time between the Central Southwest Board of Game meetings, our Advisory Committee has a number of concerns to express to the board today. Our local ADF&G wildlife management position has been intermittently staffed at best over the last few years, which has negatively impacted the availability of population data and the region as a whole. We as an AC are hopeful that recruitment efforts will be successful in the near future, as our region's residents rely on that position for the sharing of information, up-to-date surveys, and hunt registrations. Predator control, especially in regards to brown bear, is an area of significant concern for the AC. Anecdotally, residents are reporting significant increases in human-bear interactions and seemingly excellent cub production numbers, with sows frequently seen with triplets. Hunter efforts for brown bear are low. ADF&G reports to the AC that there are abysmal moose calf survival rates due primarily to brown bear predation. As of our last AC meeting in December of 2021, ADF&G had no recent population estimates for brown bears in GMU 17, and the last wolf study was in 2012, estimating 5 per 1,000 square kilometers. Since then, intensive management has maximized to help with ungulate calving, but bear harvests have been low and their population seems to be dramatically climbing. The Advisory Committee has concerns about the difficulties in selling bear hides, taxidermists' hesitancy in dealing with these hides, challenges that sport hunters face that reduce efforts, and the AC strongly supports efforts in brown bear population reduction and any measures that would liberalize care for hides post-hunt. Proposal number 6 and proposal number 197 were unanimously supported by the Advisory Committee, reauthorizing the brown bear tag fee exemptions. Additionally, the Advisory Committee unanimously supports proposal number 23 that would allow for the use of snow machines to position wolf and wolverine in Game Management Unit 17 for harvest. The Mulchatna caribou herd has low population counts of less than half of the minimum population goal, and Proposal 21 would establish a second predator control area for this herd on federal land in GMUs 17 and 18, and the Advisory Committee supports this effort unanimously. Proposal 20, seeking to establish Tier 2 subsistence hunts for the Mulchatna caribou herd, met a wide range of concerns within the Advisory Committee, ultimately failing 6-5, citing low herd numbers and concerns for increased out-of-region efforts. The Advisory Committee unanimously supports Proposal 19 that is seeking new population and harvest objectives for the Mulchatna caribou herd in Game Management Units 9, 17, 18, and 19. Moose in Game Management Unit 17 is broken down into 17A, B, and C subunits. The Advisory Committee has significant concerns regarding moose populations in 17B and C, and is opposed to efforts that would liberalize hunts and access, especially to non-residents. Communities within our region have concerns about meeting subsistence needs And with the winter moose season in 17B and C being closed due to moose population concerns this winter, the AC is focused on increasing predator control, maintaining existing resident hunts, and regrowing the moose population to feed our region's residents. 17A moose populations, conversely, are much more robust, and the advisory committee unanimously supports reauthorizing the antlerless moose season in 17A in order to protect this important local harvest opportunity. And this would be done so under proposals number 12 and 200. The advisory committee opposes proposal 13 unanimously. This proposal is seeking to increase non-resident hunt permits and extend the non-resident season in 17A by 10 days. The advisory committee cites that residents of 17B and C are now relying more on the population in 17A as herd concerns in these subunits drive hunters west. Extensive notes to our discussions can be found in regards to these moose proposals in our AC comments, AC number 12. The AC unanimously supports proposal 14 that would fix the dates of the resident moose hunts RM 575 and RM 576 in 17A, which could help with maximizing local opportunity and relieving some of the administrative burden from ADF&G in setting dates and ideally increased harvest, which is in line with ADF&G's population carrying capacity goals in 17A. Moving on from moose to emperor geese, this species remains a concern for the advisory committee, and we ask the board to reference our actions under proposal number 32, which we have amended to include GMU 17, when they are referencing all emperor geese proposals, which are all of them from 32 to 50. The advisory committee is strongly opposed to increased non-resident hunting of emperor geese, which is a highly valued subsistence species across all of Western Alaska. These birds have been aggressively managed in recent years to grow the population, and we urge the board to carefully consider AMBCC's involvement and goals when deliberating on these proposals. The Alaska hare, which is addressed in proposal number 24, is known locally in GMU 17 as a jackrabbit and are a species of concern for the advisory committee, and we are in favor of establishing bag limits and salvage requirements that are outlined in this proposal. The advisory committee is unanimously opposed to allowing motorized vehicles to be used in hunting moose and caribou in Game Management Unit 17B, as proposal 201 is requesting. We are opposed to this proposal with the conservation of the tundra in mind, and as population concerns for ungulate in this unit exist. Finally, proposals 202 and 203 seek amendments to beaver and muskrat regulations that the AC supports. Proposal 202 seeks to allow the use of firearms in taking beaver throughout the trapping season, which would minimize regulatory confusion, and we would like to reinforce that there are currently no biological concerns for beaver in GMU 17 at this time. Proposal number 201 seeks to extend the muskrat trapping season to align with the beaver season in an effort to prevent accidental harvest when the season is closed. I thank you for your time and careful considerations to our advisory committee's input on the proposed regulatory changes that would impact our local user groups before you today. Thank you.
You're quite welcome. So any questions for Susie from the committee members? Orville.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Susie. Great report. I was wondering if you had time to read through proposal 23. The Department of Public Safety had some comments that were very good, and they suggested that there be a clear definition of position. And I would like to know if that maybe the members of the AC could comment and submit those to the Department of Fish and Game and let us know on that if they would want that amended personally, just, that, I know the committee can't meet, that's not possible, but members should be encouraged to comment on that, those Department of Public Safety comments. Thank you, Susie.
Thank you, Orville. Through the chair, I know that this proposal is very important to several of our individual advisory committee members and several members of the public that have attended our meetings when we've discussed it. And I will certainly reach out to those individuals and encourage them to submit additional comments and carefully review the Department of Public Safety's recommendations.
Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Jenkins Brito, this is Ryan Scott with the department. I just wanted to let you know we were made aware this morning that the Dillingham area biologist and assistant biologist positions have been filled, and that announcement will be coming out very soon. So we're very hopeful to have folks on the ground in the very near future for you. Thank you.
Thank you,
Through
Ryan.
the chair, that's fantastic news. Thank you so much for sharing that. I'll pass it on to our advisory committee members who also just had lots of concerns about those vacancies in our office.
Any further questions from committee members? Al.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Susie. That was a very good presentation of your AC. I was wondering in Proposal 19 where you wanted to establish new population harvest objectives for Mulchatna. Did your AC discuss any kind of numbers?
We would defer to ADF&G and Togiak Refuge staff of what they feel the habitat could support and what would be realistic goals. It was very clear that the population population and harvest objectives for that herd are seemingly too high at this time. And so we would look forward to the ADF&G and U.S. Fish and Wildlife giving recommendations for what that would actually look like after good surveys and good habitat assessments.
Okay, thank you. That was good testimony again. Thank you.
Again, if no more questions from the board, thanks again, Susie, and we'll go on now to Tracy Vrem.
Oh, he's here?
Tracy is now in the room.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tracy Vrem. I'm representing the Lower Bristol Bay Advisory Committee. I'm vice chair. And I must say, Susie's presentation is a tough one to follow. I'm not as well versed at testifying at these meetings, but I will go ahead and address it the best I can. So I'm just going to go through the numbers as we met on these on the two different proposal books. So the minutes should be in front of the board, and we had a meeting back in November of 20 to discuss the original proposal book, and then we went ahead and had a second meeting November 30th. I must say it's been pretty difficult to have our AC meetings. We've been having a lot of phone issues along the Bristol Bay coast there, and if it wasn't for Taryn O'Connor helping us out on that, we would it would be pretty tough. But so I'm just going to roll down the numbers here for proposal number 6. The reauthorization of brown bear tag exemptions for Central and Southwest region. Our board approved that unanimously. On proposal number 8, the shortened coyote trapping seasons, June 9, 13, 14B, 16, and 17. We also were in unanimous support of that. We thought that it made sense of how that proposal was written. On proposal number 10, to allow the harvest of beaver by bow and arrow, we unanimously opposed that. On proposal number 19, to establish new populations and harvest objectives for the Mulchatna caribou herd, our board supported that unanimously. And On to number 20, to establish a tier 2 subsistence hunting season and bag limit for the Mulchatna caribou herd. I did note that that the AC, the Nushagak AC opposed that. And so I don't know that we were quite clear on what that was, unfortunately. And we supported that fully by a 10-0 vote. Proposal 27, the reauthorization of the Northern Alaska Peninsula Caribou Herd Intensive Management Plan. We supported that unanimously. Obviously, anything to get more numbers of caribou on the ground for the locals is of keen interest. Proposal 28, to remove the resident bag limit of 1 brown bear every 4 years in Unit 9. We opposed that unanimously. We think the existing regs gives enough opportunity for all residents to harvest brown bears within the lower Bristol Bay. Proposal 29, lengthen the season and liberalize methods and means for trapping beaver in Unit 9. Our AC opposed that 10-0. We, through comments, and with some input from Dave Crowley, that the area biologist, we were concerned about screwing up any habitat for silver salmon. That's a pretty good rearing ground for fry of silver salmon. Proposal number 30, to shorten the wolf trapping season in Unit 9 and 10. We were opposed to that. There's very few wolves that are trapped in Unit 9 during that time, but we didn't really think that there was any need to address a proposal for that or to approve that. Proposal 31, close wolverine trapping and hunting in Unit 10. On Unimak Island specifically, and it sounds like the numbers are super low there. There has only been a few sightings by the biologists, so we just thought that should be closed, so we approved that 10-0. Proposal 41, increase the number of non-resident permits for taking of emperor geese for Units 9, 10, and 17. We just lumped all of those emperor goose comments into one proposal of 41. That was one that was opposed, not unanimously, as opposed 8-2. And as a board, we just had another AC meeting not more than a couple weeks ago, and so we're getting some mixed number counts on the emperor geese, and I would like that to be clarified. There was a federal subsistence board that said the numbers were around 32,000, and the state biologist was saying around 125. So I think there's some information on that proposal that needs to be cleared up. And then on to the supplemental proposals. We only addressed a few of these. Proposal 197, the brown bear tag fee exemption, reauthorization annually, or fee comes back in. So we supported that 8-0. There was no comment on that. Proposal 204, to lengthen the moose season Unit 9B, 9C, and align the hunt with Unit 9C. We supported that. It sounded like there was very little effort that's going on in these later hunts, and so we didn't see that there'd be a big problem with lengthening that season. Proposal 205, reauthorization of Southern Alaska Peninsula Herd Intensive Management. We unanimously approved that at 8-0. We only had 8 board members at that meeting. Any wolf control we feel is a good thing in Unit 9. Anything we can do to bring that caribou population back up would be great. Proposal 206, hunting season bag limits for brown bear. we opposed this 8-0. We didn't think that there needed to be an early start to a bear season. And one of the problems we thought with the fall season is that there may be some possibilities of pregnant sows being shot. So we opposed that. Proposal 207, hunting season bag limits for brown bears. We opposed this 8-0. Our comment where the bears range widely across unit boundaries and bear hunting and viewing have coexisted in the past. So that was the one where they wanted to basically shut down the bear season. And finally, proposal 208, hunting and seasons of bag limit for brown bears. We oppose that 6-2. It may result in moderate increase for hunters, but very specific areas. So that's in Unit 9C. They wanted to align that to proposal to make that more like Unit 9A and B with the way to align that bear season, because it's in the spring down there, it's still quite winter-like conditions. But we oppose that 6-2. And that is all that we have commented on on our AC.
Thank you, Tracy. Questions from board members? Mr. Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Tracy. You did a really good job representing your AC. Proposal 30, that was the shorten the wolf trapping seasons in Unit 9. You said your AC opposed it. The paperwork that I have in front of me says that you guys supported it. So could we?
You are correct. I see that. I misspoke. So thank you for pointing that out.
Okay, so you supported shortening that season?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Orville, did you have a question? Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm glad Al straightened that out. Thank you, Tracy. I just wanted to know on proposal 41, there was two people that supported that. What was their justification? Was it the numbers were mixed up, or they felt that the numbers were not conclusive, that they were given by two different agencies?
Well, back at that meeting, I was one of the opposers. I personally thought that with the amount of geese that were being proposed to be taken, I thought it was kind of an insignificant amount, personally. And I can't remember the other board member that had the same feelings as I did. And then in our second AC meeting that just came up, that's where the numbers got, that's where we heard two different conflicting numbers by a wide range of a estimated count of 32,000. And then another count was our estimated population was at 125,000. So, like I say, that's just a resident hunter and an AC member. Those numbers definitely need to be cleaned up.
Thank you. I don't have a follow-up on that one, but I have another one on proposal 208. Same thing. There were two that supported it. I was wondering, why were they in support of that when the opposition was clearly on the other side on 208?
Yes, give me a second to look at that. I'm going to see specifically what that says, because
for bag limit for brown bear.
Yeah.
I think you said 9C.
Oh, okay. So yeah, so 9C. So a lot of times I think there's a concern for non-resident hunters hunting brown bears in the units, and I have recognized that there it is kind of a tough situation in Unit 9C. When I fly by there in the spring, say on May 8th or 9th, when it's time to, and the season opens May 10th on the lower peninsula, it's winter time up there. So I think they were just trying to move that season back a little bit because I don't think a lot of the bears have come out. And so I conveyed my points to that, and the board didn't agree.
Anything further, Orville?
No, Mr. Chair, I'm good, thank you.
Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Vrem, this is Ryan Scott with Wildlife Conservation. There are two numbers out there actually for emperor geese. There's one for the summer survey index that we use in the management plans, and then there is a total extrapolated estimate for the population in Alaska. The survey numbers were 24,800 in 2021, and I am actually just getting the total population estimate is anywhere from 40,000 to 260,000 with a midpoint of about 105,000. So sorry, I apologize for the confusion. There's a summer index we get from a survey and then an extrapolated total population estimate. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan, but that's kind of a wide range. And so I can understand the confusion at an advisory committee meeting. Go ahead, Mr. Hoffman.
No, thank you. Orville pretty much answered my question, so I'm good, thank you.
Okay, any other questions from committee members? If not, thank you for your testimony, Tracy. And next one is Walter Canuli.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Were you referring to Walter Canuli?
Yes, Walter.
Okay. Yeah. My name is Walter Canuli from the TOGAC Advisory Committee. I'm sitting here with our chairman, Peter Lockock Sr. And we wanted to support Proposal 14 from the Alaska Department on that fixed season dates for Unit 17A, RM 575, RM 576. And if the board accepts this, it would be from January 1 to February 28, and there would be no floating dates where we would have to, where the advisory committee and then Fish and Game would have to decide when to allow hunting the winter season. December, January weather conditions are usually, like December was, bad after like a long November cold spell. Travel conditions by Snogo were good. And then like from January, like after some blizzards from like east wind and then blizzards from the west wind, the conditions improve and the Snogo travel improves. The people have a better idea of the creeks and the river conditions, and when there's like enough cold season, we have a pretty good idea of the river. That the rivers will hold snow machines. And it would, if with that those set dates, people wouldn't have to wonder if it's still open or not. So, and that's what we wanted to call in to support number 14 by ADF and G. We were listening on that other person and he went through all the proposals and how they voted, but we just did this with number 14 in supporting it. And then our regional coordinator submitted our minutes when we had that meeting. And that's what we wanted to say.
Well, thank you, Walter. And any questions from committee members? Orville first, as he's off.
Yeah, thank you, Walter. I really appreciate your comments. It's very clear you guys were all in agreement on all the proposals. The one I have a comment on is proposal 23 that you all support. And I was wondering if you heard my comments earlier on the Department of Public Safety has really good comments on defining that position. You need to clearly define how you're going to position something. And then if an amendment were like that were made, but we would like the AC members to make personal comments on their own and say if they're okay with that amendment, that it's okay to put a clear definition of position, when you're hunting. Thank you.
On proposal number 23?
Yes, proposal 23, your proposal.
Okay, Stosh.
That was by the Michigan Game Advisory. That's I personally haven't done that. I went with a friend of mine a long time ago, and we did that with like a lone wolf. And I think that's done. I know a lot of people still. There's a few men around here that still use traps for both wolf and wolverine. It usually they like when a person goes out or a couple of people, they'll find tracks and then decide to follow them and see where it leads. I think that's basically how it happens, right, Peter? Yes. They and then some people that been hunting a while, it seem like they know how to go find them. So, but that's what usually how they do it. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Walter. Stosh has a question for you.
Thank you, Walter. Appreciate your testimony for your AC. I got a question about proposal 24, the jackrabbits. Can you expand on what your AC committee, how some of that went about the jackrabbits?
24. Yeah. Around here it's like people, I don't think people usually go like, I mean, I want a jackrabbit today. It, it's like just, you know, when a person is going around and if they see one, they'll hit it, shoot it. It's, when I was a kid growing up, it's not something that usually like a main diet. It's something that usually when you see it, you get it. There's, I don't think they ever hunted it for the fur. I don't know how. Maybe sometimes the women use it for, I don't know, liners maybe. I'm not sure, but that's and that's how it went. There we go.
Okay, Walter, thank you. I appreciate that.
Any further questions from board members or Mr. Barrett?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Walter, on Proposal 22, determining the customary and traditional uses of the Nushyak Peninsula Caribou Herd and Game Management's Unit 17A and 17C, you guys took no actions and members expressed mixed feelings of this. Could you explain what some of the discussion was, for or against having a customary and traditional determination?
That herd is quite, going by land, it's long ways off. And then we preferred it that the Nushyak had their comments. I mean, they know that area. I mean, we're not there all the time. So it's, not like we didn't want to step on their toes, so it like in our area, when they did for the moose, it was like this area and then for that Michigan River people, they had that herd around them for a long time. So
yeah, thank you, Walter. That was perfect. I understand now that it's not an area you guys are familiar with or use a lot. So let the other advisory committees make their comments. Thank you, Walter.
So, Captain, did you have a question or comment?
I had a quick comment just in regards to 23. DPS is neutral on this, but what we just wanted to point out, this might be something that we need to fix, the board has to fix in terms of the actual statute. But looking at the statute book under 92080, unlawful methods and means, it says in Unit 18, a snow machine may be used to position a wolf or wolverine for harvest, and wolves or wolverines may be shot from a stationary snow machine. And then the next section down, it says in Unit 17, a snow machine may be used to assist in the taking of caribou, and caribou may be shot from a stationary snow machine. So what I'm attempting to do is just try and clean up some of the legal definitions here, because under the Unit 17 here, it actually defines what does assisting mean. And I think that will help users in the field understand legally what they are allowed to do in terms of pursuing, regardless of the type of game on a snow machine, what they can actually do with that snow machine that's legal. And then it helps our troopers to understand if it's legal or not. And so if we're going to add Unit 17 to the section of Unit 18, we've got two sections of the statute that allow the same thing, but one is defined by positioning and the other is to assist in the taking. So that's something just, I think, for the board to deliberate maybe after the fact and adding some consistency, which will reduce confusion. So that's all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your comments. I think we're mostly aware of that, and we will be taking that up as we get to that proposal. Any additional questions for Walter? If not, let's see if Elisa ever came on. Elisa Rogers. And if not, then are there any members of the public who have signed up for tomorrow or Sunday who would like to move their testimony up and do it this afternoon, because we do have time? Hearing none, I think I'm going to take a short break, and then we'll come back and determine whether we take up any other business this afternoon. Thank you.
Oh, before we break,
Thank you.
Thank you, Walter.
Thank you.
I just want to let folks know not to hang out in the lobby up above, and especially without being able to social distance. Just if you're a meeting participant and hanging out, just keep it in this room or go outside. And yes, remember social distancing. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break and then come back. Okay, call the meeting back to order. And at this point, is there any, again, I'll ask if there's anyone who has previously signed up who would like to testify today. If not, we are going to recess the meeting until 8:30 tomorrow morning. And Christie has one other comment.
I'm going to put Ryan on the spot, unless maybe he's already aware, but we do have 2 short videos. And once we take recess, we'll play those. But Ryan may want to speak to what they are.
Through the chair, nope, that was going to be, I was just going to suggest we'll do that once we recess.
Okay, with that, we're recessed till 8:30 tomorrow morning. But I suggest that people might want to see these videos. They're pretty cool.